All right, good evening, everyone. This work session of the Osseo School Board is being conducted in person. This work session can be monitored electronically by streaming online from the district website, and an archive recording will also be available on the district website. The purpose of the school board work session is to build trust and teamwork, to exchange information, and when applicable, to provide direction in order to facilitate efficient and effective decision-making at regular board meetings. The outcomes of today's work session are board members will receive information and updates on board excellence and governance, curriculum program improvement process for science, ELA, literacy and social emotional learning, student fees for device damage, enrollment, and board calendar review. To acknowledge attendance this evening, I'll ask that board members please state their names, starting with Grady.
Tamara Grady.
Thomas Brooks.
Jackie Mosqueda Jones.
Tanya Simons.
Heather Douglas.
And I am Kelsey Dawson-Walton. We're all present. I will now ask Superintendent McIntyre to facilitate this evening's work session.
Okay, thank you, Chair Dawson-Walton. Good evening, board members. Tonight we have another full agenda for you, and tonight we'll start off with Christine Wroblewski joining us to follow up on your work from the September work session to review and discuss the components of the Board Excellence and Governance and Ways of Working package. So Christine will be here first tonight. Then at 6:30, we'll have members of our Learning Achievement and Student Services teams, including, and they're here in the back row, Jeremy Willie, Robin Gonzalez, Jill Kine, Jamie Boyle, and Sarah Lancette, presenting on our curriculum program improvement process on the areas that Chair Dawson-Walton mentioned earlier. Then at 7:15, Anthony Paternos and John Morstead, along with Lisa Sodergren, will present information to you on our process for student fees for device damage. We'll take a brief break at 8. And then at 8:10, John Morstead, Jim Greeley, and BJ Ermiter will provide you with an enrollment update from the information from the start of the school year. And then lastly, to wrap up our meeting for the first time tonight, getting back into this pattern here, we'll review the board meeting calendar for upcoming work sessions and regular meetings. So to get us started, Christine Wroblewski is here from TeamWorks International. Thanks for being here again, Christine, to help us wrap up the board ways of working packet. And Christine's taking as she's getting settled in, is taking what you provided from the last work session and tried to reflect that in the board's revised ways of working document. And I just want to make a follow-up comment, like we talked about this last time. We'll make an effort to review this at least twice annually. So at the January meeting and then usually sometime in the summer. And if the board feels like we need to do that maybe 3 or 4 times a year, we can add in additional opportunities to review the ways of working document. So with that, I'll turn it over to Christine. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent McIntyre. Nice to see you all again this evening. And as the superintendent just mentioned, we are now kind of at the wrapping up stage of your ways of working together packet. This is really around what you all have built around what you want your practices to be, your values, expectations you hold for yourselves, and for you collectively as a board. And so what I have done is taken from our last discussion together, your work in trying to thread that needle from the last time we spoke. You had some suggestions from the last version of the packet. And so what I have done, and what you see here reflected in your hard copies of your packets, is changes in pink to the last version of the document. And so I'll start on, it's page 4 of your large packet, page 1 of the Ways of Working packet. There was just a slight change under the agenda setting protocols that you had. We talked about the fact that Superintendent McIntyre was going to add in this reflection and review of agenda items at each of your work sessions so that you all could have some say in discussion. And hopefully that was a way to address some of the questions and concerns you all had about are we all discussing agenda items and can we see far enough ahead on those agenda items? And from the perspective of your consultant, it also allows you to project maybe even farther out sometimes so that you can look a year out, maybe even 3 years out. So the change here is adding in item E and moving down F there. Which is regarding board work sessions, adding that 10 to 15 minutes at the end of each work session to review your meeting agendas and provide an opportunity to consider future agenda items. And then that would be reflected on an ongoing basis on your board calendar. So hopefully that's acceptable in terms of the language. I think that was the only change we really discussed by the end of the work session that we had last time with you.
If I may, can I have a question about that?
Absolutely.
I'm a little bit concerned about the redundancy and the time spent. The 10 to 15 minutes, we have our whole work session broken down into 5-minute increments. And it feels like a lot of the agenda setting and the reviewing, you just said twice annually, we'll look at the calendar. I'm wondering for expediency of time, if we could just back that down to 5 minutes?
And I'm going to bring this over to your superintendent and the rest of your board colleagues.
My first thought is it might only take 5 minutes, but leaving it adequate time if there is conversation or discussion or clarification as you do look at a whole year's. And again, as you know, as I send it each week, it's ever-changing. It's always a kind of a tentative draft based on the needs that come up, so it's revised often, so that leaves a little space for clarification or questions, but that's kind of what the thinking was. I'd be interested with the rest of the board members.
Does anybody have any, I mean, this is, again, work session, so I mean, it's very much if anybody has any, like, anything to add, is 5 minutes acceptable? Do we want to change it to 5 minutes, keep it?
Well, if I may, my thought is that if we have this time set aside, there's probably going to be plenty of opportunities where we don't need to really utilize it very much, and it's very quick, and we are able to end our meeting early, which is always exciting. But I also think that sometimes when we are discussing a topic, we kind of go back and forth a lot, and 15 minutes would give everyone a few minutes to share their perspective on that. If we only have 5, that doesn't give everyone ample time, and then we could be going over our meeting time.
Okay, anybody else have any thoughts?
I feel like 5 would be too short. I think 10 to 15 sounds fine, and if we don't need it, and if by the time we get to January in practice, we see that should be something else, we adjust it then.
Okay,
So maybe somebody can refresh my memory on exactly what we're supposed to do with this time? Because if it's discussing topics, I feel like that would be more appropriately set on the board agenda.
This is just to review what the topics are coming. It's not to actually discuss the agenda items. It's, here's what's coming next month, the month after. Someone might say, ask about a particular topic, and we could see, oh, it's coming in March or April. So it's really just a quick review of what's coming and what's being mapped out for the year. And I think Christine said it well. Eventually, we'd love to get to, there's some things that are recurring, and we can get to kind of a 3-year model as well. But it's not to go deep on a topic, because that's, the work sessions and regular meetings where we actually discuss the topics is more just the calendar setting. When do things fall? So you can kind of get the big picture on when things are coming, what topics are coming and when. And again, some of those are time sensitive. They're required. I'll give you an example. The audit in November, we got to do that in November, right? Yeah, so kind of a review of the topics and when they're placed on the calendar.
So if I wanted to introduce a topic, it wouldn't be the appropriate time to discuss the topic. It would just be a time to introduce the idea of setting it to the agenda.
Someone
Just to
could
clarify.
Yeah, someone could introduce that, and then, that's for consideration as, I'd have to go back and look at where that could fit. We'd work at it between myself and the board chair on where that we could put that, and then maybe that shows up in the calendar in my weekly update, or we can review that at the next
And then
work session if it's
We'd be
timely.
using our decision tree on
Right,
that
right.
discussion. Okay,
Yep,
thank you for your clarification.
okay. So I think that was good clarification, and I think we're good to go with.
Great. And a reminder, this is a chance for you to try it on
Yes.
and see how it's working for you, and then reflect back to see how that's going to work. And
Can I just
yes,
ask, like,
Yes.
did we do this before, even when you first, I
Yeah.
feel like I slightly remember.
some of you may
that.
remember Jim Bulk was doing a little bit of this.
Okay.
It was a little less formal, but our meetings were a little less formal then because of everything we're dealing with now. So there was a kind of a conversation ongoing about which topics might need to be considered in planning ahead. And I think my first 3 or 4 or 5 meetings, we did that.
Okay,
And then the world changed, yeah, so.
true. That's true. Okay, thank you, Director Grady.
and again, these are your practices. These are not set in policy at this point. So that was the first change to the last version of the packet. And then if you jump ahead to page 9 of this large packet that you're in, is page 6 of your ways of working packet. And this was the board commitments draft. It's in the 3 columns, you recall. And last time we were together, You all suggested that you wanted to merge the core values from the strategic roadmap along with the values that you had as a board. And so this was that threading the needle part that we talked about, which is trying to incorporate, keep the values that you wanted specific to the board, such as mission-driven, and some of the indicators below, like what does it look like if we are meeting those expectations or those values. And so you will see that I have added in either the specific value from the strategic direction as a header or as a subhead to a different header that you had from board values. So for example, we've added in intrinsic value and that definition, honor and integrity. And under honor and integrity is where you had some other indicators previously in your last version of the Ways of Working Together packet. And then if you continue on in that same left-hand column, under equitable and inclusive, that's where we've added intentionally engaging diverse voices, perspectives equitably and respectfully. Same with transparent, you had transparency in the core values for the district. And so communicate, behave, and make decisions clearly and openly, part of that description that you had for the core values. And then under visionary, again, that was part of the innovative piece on the core values. Cultivate creativity, ideas, confidence, and transformational growth. And the final bullet under there for collaborative, develop meaningful relationships that build trust, understanding, and community. So that is how I attempted to weave those two together. I wonder if you have any feedback, if it meets your expectations. And I will hand it back to you as the board to
Okay, anybody
provide
have
any
any-
feedback or change.
All right, anybody have any feedback on it? Thank you, I should say thank you for pulling this, all of our recommendations, suggestions together in conversation. Okay, yeah.
We're good on that column?
No.
Nope.
I mean,
I have no
no,
questions.
I don't know for sure.
First of all,
I'm just kidding.
sorry. I really like how you spelled out more our values. And what I'm wondering is where we have honesty in education as a way of centering our values around truth and honesty in education and being able to minimize misinformation. And I'm not sure if that would go in values or maybe our commitment as school board members.
I needed some clarification. I don't understand the nature of how we would define what's honest or what's misinformation. We have different perspectives, and I'm curious to understand where that concept of misinformation is coming from.
I think that we have a broader problem in our culture right now about misinformation, especially on social media. And as an education institution, I think it's super important that we work on facts and truth and honesty in education. And I believe that that fits with our value mindset as well.
So who would be determining what's misinformation? Because having a different set of values or a different perspective or a different understanding of information does not constitute misinformation.
Well, I think that there are some gray areas, and there's a lot of gray areas in a lot of this. For an example, let's say somebody says COVID comes from turtles. That would not be factual. And then I think that we should uphold ourselves as an institution to that ideal of fact over misinformation. Clearly, there are differences of opinion, and that's different than pushing forward misinformation.
So as an example, if a person were to say, I have a study here that says that COVID comes from turtles, would that then still be misinformation because it's different than what information you believe to be true?
I would think that most people would consider the idea that COVID comes from turtles as misinformation. I
Obviously,
believe that
this
we
is
can
a
deal with
ridiculous
consensus on that.
notion. The point is that if your information or your source of information tells you that this is a fact, but another person's source of information tells you that that indeed is not the fact, there is a difference in where the information is coming from that doesn't make either one right or wrong. And in fact, in science, we are often disproving things that are known to be true. It's like how science works, is that we're constantly questioning,
Right. And-
reevaluating, and changing. So I think it's very dangerous to tread into the territory of labeling somebody's opinion or their understanding of information as misinformation just because you disagree with it.
That's not really what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a difference in opinion. I'm talking about difference in fact. And I believe the scientific
So those are
community has
both
consistent
facts.
Can I just ask a question? When I look at like honor and integrity, is that something that, I mean, just to start there, something that we already have? Do you think, the board, I mean, do you think that gets to, holding ourselves, each other, and our system to the highest standards to create the best conditions for learning? I mean, is that a statement that would, well, obviously it's not because you would have said that, but be sufficient to, or start to address some of the, or what you're getting at?
Yeah, I think that would, if that value is a little bit more clear.
So under the honor and integrity bullets.
Yeah.
Look under there. So right now, we have a number of bullets that address governing with honor, considering yourselves the trustees of public education, doing your best to protect, conserve, and advance its progress, treat each other with respect and dignity, and that's where we get into understanding each other's perspectives. And if you, and I'm going to jump over into the next column here, you're also talking about speaking honestly in discussions, communicating questions, expectations, listening to the opinions and views of others from a variety of identities that reflect the district. So there is a number of bullets in both of these columns. It sounds like, Director Grady, you don't think it's sufficient?
Yeah, I really think that we should commit ourselves to making sure that the kinds of information that we give out is as factual as possible.
And do you have a specific suggestion how we might be able to add that in? Perhaps honor and integrity is where you're,
Say we added as a bullet point to that, something like, it's kind of like governing with honor, but making sure that we respect truth and fact, and that we do the best we can to align with that. Maybe somebody else can wordsmith it better than I can.
so if I can offer this, so that we can speak directly to the educational issues that you're dealing with. For example, on your agenda tonight, you're going to be having a presentation from your experts on curriculum and instruction. So I wonder if we might be able to thread the needle again here and talk a little bit about honoring and respecting evidence-based information from your district experts.
That's it.
Committing to hearing
No, I
from-
disagree.
I agree
wouldn't
with
support
that.
that language. Because sometimes, as board members, we are not going to agree with the direction that the district has taken, and we need to be able to change the direction as needed.
Could I offer that you would commit to hearing from so you do have people on staff who have an area of expertise. I presume that you want to be able to hear from them and consider their expertise as part of your decision-making. Language along that lines?
We already do that extensively.
I'm not understanding what is specifically desired here. It seems like there's something underlying this, and I have observed that language of misinformation, or that, I think there has to be room to disagree. And I agree with Director Douglas' statements that, yes, our job is we're not educational experts. However, we are accountable for the decision-making, and we do rely on our input, and we trust our professionals, but we may disagree, and different districts have different perspectives, and there's a lot of sources of information that are out there that we as public servants use to inform our decision-making. So I would not want to create a definition that's very narrow when it comes to how we make decisions and how we consume and assimilate and communicate. I'm becoming very concerned with the direction of this discussion on what the intent of the language is here.
Chair, if I may able
Yeah.
to jump in, my advice to the board is, you have a lot of things in these two columns. And if we do wall by all these things, it will take care of itself. Because a lot of it is not only about honesty and honor and integrity, but it's also about treating, each other and our team, right? So my advice is, give this a try. We need to move this forward, and we can review it in January. If it's not working, we can make changes there. But I think you're at a point now where we gotta implement and put it in practice and try to align to, this is how we operate, right? That's just my advice to you is, there's a little bit, how'd you say it earlier? Try it on?
Try it on for size, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think it'll be perfect, and these are things you aspire to. We may not always hit it, but these are your aspirations to each other, and I think there's a lot here to guide you, I
So-
think.
Thank you for that, Superintendent McIntyre. Director Mosquito Jones or Brooks, do you have any thoughts on the discussion right now?
I'm good with the language as is. I think if we see something that hits what Director Grady is getting at in the next few months, we do have our try it on for size. I was going to actually say that before Superintendent McIntyre popped it in.
Okay, Director Brooks?
Director Brooks.
I understand Director Grady's concerns related to misinformation. But I think I agree that if we do actually hold ourselves to all of these standards, that it should take care of itself. I think some of the issues that Director Grady is potentially getting at wouldn't exactly be addressed through a policy anyway. I think there are larger concerns and issues at play, given those concerns. And so, yeah, I would say to leave it as is for the moment, knowing that we have a review period coming up where we could potentially add if necessary.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I just, would- I mean, I want to add, and I think all of us believe this, like, we hold each other, ourselves up. I mean, we need to have a self-accountability too for what we say, how we present ourselves, and so, and that goes for all of us. So I really do believe that these really outline how we should be acting right in all this, on every single moment. And unfortunately, I mean, we can't help but see what's in social media. I mean, my gosh, Saturday Night Live, like all these things kind of just bringing a lot of these issues to the forefront. And, there's so many different sides to it. So I understand for sure what you're getting at, but I also really do believe, I think especially this first column seems to be an area that we all have really built consensus around, and I feel really good about this direction right now. So I think we can move forward. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing, at least about that first column, is let's try it and review again when you get back together in January and see if there's any changes that you need to
Yeah.
make at that point. Okay. The middle column, there were a couple of suggestions offered. I mean, actually, I think there were 4 suggestions offered at that point, and I think the majority of board members agreed with the fact of adding those 2 bullet items that are in pink. So I adjusted the language a little bit so it was consistent with some of the other bullets. And is that satisfactory for you? Again, as Superintendent McIntyre mentioned, you have a lot here to strive toward. It's a high bar that you're creating for yourselves. And do you have any feedback on those 2 additions or that column?
Well, I have some questions about it. Avoid publicly expressing individual negative judgments or opinions about each other or community members. This includes our school board related social media. And so, again, the concern, I have brought this forward many times, it is important for us to be able to disagree with each other respectfully. But that doesn't mean that those agreements are always going to be in a positive light. It is okay to say that I disagree with this person and this is why, and it will feel probably negative to the person who's being disagreed with. And I think that's very different than what some of my board colleagues have done by specifically calling me out on social media negatively in really egregious ways. But I do have a lot of concerns about that because it is very common for elected officials to express their disagreement with the people that they're working with or in opposition to in certain circumstances, right? And so I think that while we need to be respectful in those exchanges, that it is going to happen. There are going to be expressions of that will be negative. And so what will happen to the board member that engages in that? And also, we see it happening throughout our community where teachers are displeased with the board and the decisions that the board makes. And they're allowed to share those opinions and be upset about it. That's okay. I might not agree with it, but that doesn't mean it's inappropriate for them to share that opinion. Same goes for our parents and our students. This to me is silencing people's voices, and that's not okay. It is 100% acceptable for people to have negative feedback for the board, and that includes other board members. I don't think this should be in here, and I don't agree to it.
Okay. Thanks, Director Douglas. Other feedback?
I do think this is quite broad and open to interpretation. We had that discussion once already. So this is still the same language that we had the same discussion on previously. It is quite broad, and when we're talking about column 3, something that's not clear in column 2 has significant ramifications considering column 3. So I share similar continued concerns on what that means. Certainly, it's not my intention to really communicate about any of my colleagues ever. I'm reminded frequently of our previous guidance early on, about 3 years ago, in being hard on ideas, not on people. And we certainly should be hard on ideas. And I think that as all board members have social media, all board members explain their votes, explain disappointment with votes in the past and currently, and I think that's appropriate, that we can and do explain why we make the decisions that we do, and why we might have concerns with a certain outcome. I think this is too gray, considering that that's a common and acceptable way of communicating.
I just don't see what's so hard about saying, when we're looking at the future of our board and our commitment as a school board members, our individual commitments, I don't get what's so hard to say that we're not going to say anything bad about each other, because I feel like that is I think that's one of the problems that we're having in our society, is there is a lack of respect, it seems, and I think it's up to us to model that behavior. And I don't think any of us are, I'm saying like this should be how we are with each other. I mean, we shouldn't be, I can honestly say, I do not believe we should be talking about each other negatively, talking about specific community members negatively. I think there's another way to do it, kind of to your point, to maybe talk about the ideas, but not necessarily the person. I think, and I don't know who, we've had lots of discussions round and round about this. That's really where I stand on it.
I think there's, in terms of role modeling, professionalism, I think that there's a difference between me saying, let's say Kelsey did something that I totally disagreed with, but I say, here's my position on this policy, and here's where I disagree. And then that way it's not negatively attacking Kelsey, because in the end, we all vote as one board. And I think that's much more mature, responsible, professional way of handling things than me going on social media or anywhere else and saying, Kelsey did so-and-so and I didn't like that.
With all due respect, every person on this board has done this to me except for Tanya.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the past, we're talking about where we want to be.
Okay,
I mean, you
so
can- you
your
can-
past behaviors are acceptable.
Heather.
And now we're gonna change the rules.
We're not gonna.
With the
accept
intention
every single-
of Director Brooks, who's publicly already said that his intention is to get me removed from the board. So yeah, we are gonna talk about this right now. This
Well, what we're
is what's
talk-
happening.
Heather, what we're talking about is how we want to be in the future. This is our
We've
commitment.
been talking about this while all of you have done this, while we've been engaged in this work.
Well, I think you've done the same thing to people, so I think that we need to.
I believe that's not true.
So to stay on
So
course.
I think, sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry, Director Simons. We need to think about what we've learned from the past so we can be effective in the future, because this continues to be a sticking point for us to move forward. So, sorry to interrupt you.
If I can offer just a few things. This is probably the most difficult year I've seen for school boards in the last several decades. So it's a particularly difficult time for many of the factors that you have listed in here, including social media and the pressure that you all are facing from a number of constituencies. So I just want to point that out. So it's a harder time to be a school board member right now, at the same time that you are trying to create this opportunity for yourselves to say, how do we want to work together moving forward? Understanding that there is harm that may have been caused in the past. So I want to make sure that we acknowledge that. I also wanted to point out that in that first column, you do talk about understanding that you will and can disagree. And so you acknowledge that you are not going to agree on everything. And I think this was, the intention here was to offer that opportunity to say, how will we disagree, but disagree respectfully with maybe something that's been presented either by another board colleague or maybe the administration or others. It's how you disagree. And I'm not going to take anything away from anyone. When harm is done, it's really difficult to get through, and it makes it harder to do this kind of work that you're trying to do together right now. We could certainly, excuse me, take that bullet and try to make some adjustments to the language. Excuse me, so that we can get something that's more acceptable.
Christine, so I do support having something along these lines in here. But as you're going back and sort of rewriting it, I'm wondering if we can make it a little more specific or narrow in the sense of this sort of broadly states expressing individual negative judgments or opinions. And I think that can be misconstrued with simply stating a disagreement with something that the board has done. So if we can maybe change it to something along the lines of we'll avoid publicly expressing disparaging or making disparaging comments or disparaging remarks related to board decisions. I think
Or board members specifically.
related to board members or community members, about board members or community members related to board decisions.
Help me understand what, and this is maybe the issue, because when I read that, I think it says exactly that, but maybe that's part of the issue, it doesn't, the interpretation.
Well, I think it's too vague. To me, when I read it, I see that it says avoid publicly expressing individual negative judgments or opinions about each other or community members. Obviously, I don't think we should be talking about any community members,
Right.
period. But as board members, we're going to have feedback about each other's votes. So like often, I will write, this is what happened, and I'll say, Tanya voted this way, Kelsey voted this way, I voted this way, and so on and so forth, right? That could be interpreted by any of you as me speaking negatively about you and the decisions that you made.
Okay, so your suggestion is to say what then?
Just to make it And maybe it's just me, but I think just individual negative judgments or opinions feels more broad to me than specifically calling out disparaging remarks. And so I think I was just trying to narrow this down a little bit so that we're not conflicting with what's on the left, acknowledging that we have the right to disagree.
So, this is my teacher hat right now and my parent educator hat right now. So we're talking about people and we're talking about actions and words. And we want to be, as Director Simons said, hard on ideas, not on people. How can we word this so that we can say, knowing that we will disagree with each other, we will, we may address the ideas, and we honor the intrinsic value of each other as human beings and will not attack the personhood. Like, you can come at me all day about my views on XYZ, but if you come at me about what my kids have done, that's a personal thing, right? So that's what let's separate or call me a fat whatever. That's my personhood, that's not my ideas.
I just don't
I want to
okay.
separate that.
So it says avoid publicly expressing individual negative judgments or opinions about each other and community members. And the recommendation is that's not specific enough. So to specifically say disparaging remarks about each other and community members?
Well, how about this? How about if I take the feedback from tonight, I have more specific feedback about making it more a little bit about ideas, maybe aligning it to some of your value statements more, and try to get it to be more specific language. I'm hearing a sense that you want to have something here, but that what's written is not working for you as a board. So I will take this back and bring it back one more time. I don't think you have to hopefully spend a lot of time on it, but I will send it to the superintendent for your consideration.
I think that it would be important to consider what the intention is of this bullet point. And if the intention is that we don't say mean, hurtful things about each other as people, then that's kind of what it should be geared at. Because right now, it would appear to me, based on the interactions that have happened to me from the members on this board, that the intention of this is to find ways to then use column 3 against another board member.
Okay, so we're putting the cart before the horse. I think this just requires a very small tweak.
Yeah.
And I very much look forward to what you come back with.
Yeah, and I think,
too.
as a school community, would really appreciate all of us upholding ourselves to that, to these kinds of standards.
If I may, my advice to the board is move forward with the items you can all agree on and build from there, instead of getting kind of stuck on some of the items that are hard. And I would encourage you to, most of these, if not all of them, are what you aspire to do in a positive way. And think of the language of some of these that avoid the what not to do's and turn it to what you want to do, right? And if that list is shorter, but we do well with those, now we're going on the right path.
I just have
That's
to.
just kind of, but this is your document, I'm just offering that.
I can't, what's disheartening to me, and I understand I hear all the different interpretations, and like, Heather, what you just expressed, that wasn't even on my radar, because I just can't believe as a board, we can't even commit to each other to say that we aren't going to, moving forward, we've all been kind of at a point where somebody said something, one or the other of us have said something on social media, and it's like, what do we learn from that? Nothing good comes of that. It only divides us. It only divides our community, and I guess it's just disheartening for me that we can't even come together to say, no, I'm not going to sit and bash Heather or Jackie, or I'm not going to do that, because that's not productive. Maybe, it's like, you don't agree with an idea or a vote, and just in general sense, like Jim Balk said that. I totally agree with that. So that's the part for me that I am stuck on. So I get, whatever you come back with, but it needs to be something. I feel like we should be able to agree on that, so.
Yeah.
I agree with Director Brooks' input on, and I think I saw Director Douglas shaking her head at that time, that we're really talking about disparaging remarks, and that's,
Yes.
I think we have consensus that that's what we're referring to and agreeing, that we won't make disparaging remarks. And I really don't have any personal interest in attempting to control what other people say. I'm responsible for my words, and you're responsible for yours, and
You're responsible, but Tanya, it's a cascade effect. So when you say something negative about somebody else,
Yeah.
as a school board member, that only continues to feed into the rhetoric and drive. What we're supposed to do with this plan is put our district on, to unleash and enhance the brilliance of our scholars, to thrive and change the world, and they will never be able to do that, is if we as a school board, as the leaders, can't come together and just simple, elementary, like, hey, we're gonna respect each other. Hey, we're not gonna sit and talk bad about each other. We've all been guilty. Any of us cannot say we've not been guilty of the past, okay? So moving forward, how do we want to be? So I look forward to what it comes. I don't,
Chair, I actually did not disagree with, I wasn't disagreeing with any of the
Yeah.
previous remarks, but I am saying that, for me personally, I will be accountable for what I say and do, and I think we each need to do that. That was my point, so I was not disagreeing with you, actually.
100%.
I will commit to providing you more language options. If you have suggestions, please go ahead and share them directly if you want to write something down, and I will work to get that to you by next week. And there was just one final piece, but I see we're beyond our time. I think you all were in agreement from the last time that we had this discussion that the draft language that is in the third column is not to be decided here, but you talked about referring it to your policy committee so that the policy committee could discuss and move forward this item.
No, I'm sorry, that's not my interpretation. My interpretation was that we as a board would discuss it, then the policy committee would fine tune it and bring it back to the board.
Last meeting.
Okay, so we wanna, this is the work session, but we're totally out of time at this point to discuss further. So is everybody on, I just wanna make sure everybody's on the same page, so we would, Superintendent McIntyre, so we would bring this back, this particular column 3 back at a work session.
We can, whatever the board wishes to do, we can bring it back.
I'm
We're
just
already bringing.
First, I'm just confirming with you, is that good to go? Okay. So is everybody in agreement that we would bring this back to a work session and then determine the next steps? So I think it's a lot of it, so we're kind of in agreement on, or aligned on kind of, there's a lot of questions in here, what does this mean, if then, and then deciding, I know what you, Christine and Tim, the recommendation is that it goes through policy because we've
Because
talked a
it
lot
will come
about
back
should
to the
this be,
board
what is
for-
the policy, what is the procedure? Okay. Are you in agreement with that approach? I'm just going to go down the line.
With putting
Well,
it
having it
here,
be a work
work
session.
session and then policy? I'm fine with it.
Well, yeah. That would
Work
be the
session
path, that
and
would
then
be the path
policy.
forward.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure what the task to the policy committee is with this.
This right here.
Yeah, it already seems pretty straightforward to me, but sure, we can take a look at it again, the policy committee.
Okay, Ms. Gager.
I'm good with going it that way. I thought at the last time we said policy, we would look at it, bring it to a work session, and then we would do that, but I must have
I
misunderstood.
think we talked at work session and policy.
Works for me.
Is everybody good to go with that? Okay, so
Yep.
okay,
All right?
all right.
I will confer with your
Yes,
superintendent.
perfect.
I will attempt to make this change, and we will get that back to you. All right,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Okay, I'm going to move us forward, try to catch up a little bit on the clock.
Okay.
And we're going to welcome up our Learning and Achievement team, who are here to present updates on our curriculum improvement process in the areas of, content areas of science, English language arts and literacy, and social emotional learning. And I just kind of want to refresh the board members' memories here. We started our new curriculum instruction and assessment committee. We've had 2 meetings since this summer. And the committee's reviewed and provided input and feedback on these topics, so the next step is to bring that forward to the full board for review and kind of an update fashion here. So Jeremy, thank you for being patient, and welcome to you and your team.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent McIntyre, school board members, cabinet members, and members of the viewing audience. As Superintendent McIntyre shared, my name is Jeremy Willie, and I'm the Director of the Department of Learning and Achievement. With me this evening are Robin Gonzalez, our Assistant Director, Jill Kind, our Secondary Curriculum Coordinator, and Sarah Lansett, one of our Student Services Coordinators. Tonight, we're here to provide you with an overview of the program improvement process, which is our curriculum adoption process that we plan to conduct throughout the course of the 2021-2022 school year and beyond. The outcomes for our presentation this evening are that board members will learn about the curriculum adoption process cycle used, receive updates regarding curriculum pilots occurring at sites across the district, and examine specific actions taken to support each adoption process. In accordance with School Board Policy and Procedure 16, World's Best Workforce, the Department of Learning and Achievement, in collaboration with staff from across all sites, will implement a periodic program improvement process for the review of all required instructional programs. The PIP utilizes a systematic process to ensure continual improvement in curriculum, assessment, and instruction. The goal of the PIP is to support high levels of student learning through the development of comprehensive curricular programs. The PIP takes place over a period of several years and incorporates research on trends and best practices, evaluation of current programming in compliance with federal and Minnesota statutes, and planning for revision. On this slide, displayed for you is a cycle infographic which highlights the steps in the process that we work through, beginning with defining the process and concluding with the identification of needed improvements following the implementation of a new curriculum resource. Here you'll see an example of a timeline that has been developed for the potential adoption of a social emotional learning curriculum resource for students in pre-K through 12th grade. Each step of the process is highlighted horizontally from left to right with a brief description of the overarching activities that will occur during that point in time. On a larger, more comprehensive logic model outline, separate, more detailed timelines for each of these 6 steps are highlighted with specific outcomes for each meeting that occurs over time. At this point in the presentation, Robin Gonzalez will share information with you regarding our work with science this year.
Thank you. Good evening. In 2019, the Minnesota Department of Education released the final draft of the new science standards with a recommendation for full implementation in the 2023-24 school year. MDE has since delayed the expectation for full implementation until the 2024-25 school year, with the corresponding MCAs being administered in 2025. I should be moving this. The new science standards look significantly different from the standards that were released in 2009. As you can see on this chart from MDE, there is a shift from heavy content knowledge to the application of scientific practices. Another way in which the standards have changed is that they have been designed or built around 3 strands called dimensions in the standards. The first dimension, science and engineering practices, refers to important practices used in the science and engineering fields. For example, that would sound like developing questions and defining problems, using models, developing explanations and designing solutions, and obtaining, evaluating, and communicating information. Cross-cutting concepts is the second dimension. In this dimension, students connect knowledge from various disciplines of science and engineering fields into a scientific view of the world. An example of this would be learning about cause and effect or patterns, stability and change. And the third dimension, core ideas, are really the core ideas around areas of science, such as physical sciences, life sciences, earth and space sciences. During the summer of 2019, a team of elementary teachers, along with members of the Department of Educational Equity and the Department of Student Services, reviewed the new science standards against our current FOSS science kit alignment. It was determined that the FOSS resources could not be redistributed among the grade levels to match the new standards. So they moved forward. During the fall of 2020, the Program Improvement Process Team participated in publisher presentations. I'm going to go back one slide. I'll just leave it here. The team used a rubric to evaluate resources based on alignment to standards, cultural responsiveness, and current high-impact strategies. The team selected 2 resources, Amplify and STEM Scopes, to move forward for the elementary science pilot. During the spring of 2021, all elementary teachers engaged in learning around the new science standards and the shift in instructional practices. Teachers also had the opportunity to participate in lessons led by the publishers and examine grade level resources. And the slide you're seeing now, and I have never used a pilot, it seems like I have never used a PowerPoint before in my whole life, so I'm sorry about that. And I cannot go. Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. I'm trying to.
No, it's okay. Last meeting, I observed that we had some similar issues. It's not you.
Pardon?
We had similar issues last time.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's not you.
All right.
Very sensitive computer.
So now, I should be able to just move it forward. The program improvement team process looked at student achievement. Pilot teachers will make a recommendation for the adoption of one of the 2 pilot programs. All elementary classroom teachers will receive training on the new curriculum resources. And Jill will tell you about the slide that's coming up and about the work that's happening in secondary.
Good evening. Teachers representing all sites and science content areas at the secondary level began meeting in the winter of 2019 as a program improvement process team to address the implementation of the new standards. At secondary, 3 grade levels were impacted by content shifts. So we have our earth science standards moving from 8th grade to 6th grade, our physical science standards moving from 9th grade to 8th grade, and then earth science standards, which are currently embedded in all courses. Teachers believe that the earth science standards deserve their own course. So the teachers on the program improvement process want to create an earth science course, thus creating a new course at 9th grade. The program improvement process team looked at our student achievement data. The MCA science test takes place during 8th grade. And in 2021, Osseo area schools was 6% below the state average. The program improvement process team decided to spend the first part of the implementation focusing on middle school science, and we began last fall with 6th grade and the implementation of STEM scopes. This year, 7th grade life science teachers are implementing the new standards as well. Students take the MCA science test after they've completed high school biology. In 2021, Osseo area schools was 3% below the state average. With the implementation of the new standards, a new MCA science test will also be developed. Sample items are being introduced now, and full implementation will take place in the spring of 2025. The test will remain after life science at the high school level. Some of our major actions this year are providing intense professional development to all of our secondary science teachers. So in August, teachers were provided with professional development from one of the authors of the Minnesota Standards. This professional development was focused on the instructional needs and how it needs to look different than in previous standards. Throughout the school year, we're providing differentiated professional development to all of our science teachers. We have 2 different strands, one for teachers currently implementing the new science standards and one for those who are coming up to implement the science standards. And lastly, we are beginning to meet with our 8th grade science teachers, our chemistry and physics science teachers to look at new resource selection, and 9th grade teachers to start the development of that new earth science class. One of the other curriculum areas seeing a shift in both curricular resource and instructional practice is mathematics. In March 2019, literally 2 days before we were closed for COVID, our math pilot teachers selected the resource they wanted to choose. And then in June of 2019, we came before the school board to ask to delay the full implementation of that resource until now. During the 2019-2020 school year, teachers used several elements of this new resource, CPM, in their courses. They used learning logs to help students reflect and document their learning. Additionally, teachers adapted many of the student study team strategies to remote, hybrid, and distance learning. The resource selected was CPM. When it was first founded in 1983, it stood for College Preparatory Mathematics. They've since just gone by their acronym as CPM, and now they've also taken that acronym to describe their mission. Their mission is about attaining long-term knowledge for students, and they do that in 3 ways. Students learn as a collaborative team. The role of the teacher in this process is to provide facilitation and instruction to the whole group, small groups, and individuals at different points during the class. The teacher monitors how students are doing during class and make adjustments to ensure that each student meets the learning goal for the lesson. Problem-based learning is their second pillar. The problems in CPM focus on quality and not quantity, and they provide real-world context for students. And the last piece is mixed-space practice. CPM is what's called a spiraling curriculum. Assessments are composed of both new topics, previous topics, and current topics. So it's not just you learn slope intercept, you take a test on it, and then you move on. It comes back, so students are consistently refreshed on what has been previous learning. As we adjust to implementing CPM, we want to make sure that teachers are supported to make these necessary instructional shifts. Some of these supports include the full day of training we had in August for all secondary mathematics teachers, including our EL co-teachers and special education co-teachers. We have a half day in August, just yesterday, and we have another half day in January planned with the developers of the curriculum. Additionally, each month, teachers have the opportunity to learn about a very specific topic in CPM and then work together with their colleagues to collaborate around what's coming up in the unit. CPM provides 2 coaching visits for each teacher. These coaching visits bring in experts from CPM to a teacher's classroom. They are provided feedback in the areas of collaboration, problem-based learning, and mixed-based practice. The feedback stays between the coach and the teacher. We also have a staff development assessment specialist who provides support. She was a CPM teacher, and she's able to co-plan, co-teach, support professional learning teams, or just generally problem solve when requested. And lastly, this year our middle school students and our 9th grade students will be taking the A-Math test, which is a screening test for students who may need additional support. However, we can also use this data to monitor student progress throughout the year and from year to year to look for adjustments that need to be made in program implementation.
All right. Balanced literacy and English language arts is another subject that is currently in the program improvement process. The Minnesota Department of Education began the review of the English language arts standards by forming the 2019-20 Minnesota K-12 ELA Education Standards Committee. This committee met during the 2019-20 school year to review the 2010 standards, examine research, solicit feedback, and propose needed revisions. Osseo area schools was represented on this committee. The implementation for new standards was originally scheduled for the 2024-25 school year. However, due to COVID-19, the required implementation year has been delayed to the 2025-26 school year. An updated reading MCA, which is aligned to the new standards, will be administered in the spring of 2026. Elementary and secondary ELA program improvement process teams composed of teachers, specialists, administrators, members of the Department of Student Services, and members of the Department of Educational Equity met throughout the 2020-21 school year. The focus of these meetings was to review research on literacy instruction, learn about the 2020 ELA standards, and to assess the current instructional practices that were happening in Osseo area schools. Based on the research and MDE requirements, each team created a vision statement that will guide resource selection and professional development in the upcoming year. The program improvement process teams have been and will continue to review MCA data along with FastBridge data to determine specific areas of focus as we research both instructional strategies and resources to support instruction and student achievement. Students in grades 3 through 8 at elementary and middle school and 10th grade students at the high school level take the reading MCAs yearly. Last year, the proficiency level for reading MCAs in Osseo area schools was 2% below the proficiency at the state level. The elementary team will research curriculum resources that match the English language arts standards, are evidence-based instructional practices, and are culturally responsive. The elementary team will select 2 resources to move forward to pilot in the 2022-23 school year, and stakeholders that will apply to participate in the pilot process. The secondary team will focus on novels, short stories, and nonfiction readings that match the standards and are culturally responsive. By the spring of 2022, the secondary team will identify resources to meet the Minnesota standards with a specific emphasis on resources that demonstrate the contributions of American Indians and tribes, specifically Dakota and Anishinaabe authors and voices, with the idea of purchasing and implementing those resources in the 2022-23 school year. Additionally, professional development will be provided at all levels to support teachers as they transition to the new standards and implementing instructional practices and resources that align with the standards.
At this time, we'd like to transition our update around social emotional learning in Osseo area schools. The Every Student Succeeds Act was signed in December 2015 as the nation's new pre-K through 12th grade federal education law. ESSA requires states to develop plans that address standards, assessments, school and district accountability, support for struggling schools, support for educators, and ensures a well-rounded education for all students that prepares them for college and career. The focus on a well-rounded education means that students should participate in many different learning experiences in a wide range of disciplines, including language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, world language, physical education, the arts, and many other fields, as a regular part of their school day, school week, and school year. One way schools can promote a well-rounded education is to explicitly teach social emotional learning. In addition to this information outlined in Minnesota's ESSA plan, our District Planning Advisory Council recently made a recommendation to support this work on behalf of students. This recommendation reads as follows. We recommend that the district implement a consistent, evidence-based social emotional learning program, including a scope and sequence for all students pre-K through 12th grade. Finally, as we consider the results generated from our recent survey administrations to students, families, and staff, the following were key themes that emerged to support our work in moving forward with a potential curriculum adoption for social emotional learning. 1, students need support in learning social emotional skills and support in processing emotions from current events. 2, families and students need strategies and help with keeping their students engaged in their school and homework. And 3, students need opportunities to build relationships with their teachers and other students, as well as opportunities to socialize and to learn from each other.
I'm excited to share that the social emotional pilot is underway. This school year, we're piloting 3 different social emotional resources. The resources chosen by our program improvement team include Better Together Cubed, Harmony SEL, and Character Strong. 2 of these resources are being piloted at each grade span, pre-K through 5 and 6-12. Our pilot teacher group includes representatives of every grade level at schools across the district. In August, pilot teachers engaged in a full day of professional development with the resource vendors. Each month, pilot teachers are coming together to collaborate, support one another in the implementation process, and evaluate the pilot resources. The goal of social emotional learning is to address the social and emotional needs of all students to ensure that they're successful in school, career, and life. Developing students' SEL skills improves their capacity to learn and helps prepare them for college and career. SEL has a positive impact on student achievement. According to a 2011 meta-analysis of 213 studies involving more than 270,000 students, those students who participated in evidence-based social emotional learning programs showed an 11 percentile point gain in academic achievement compared to students who did not participate in SEL programs. In addition to academic achievement data, we will be utilizing social, academic, emotional, behavioral risk screener, referred to as SABRS, to understand the impact of the piloted materials. The SABRS is a social emotional risk screener available through FastBridge. It is designed for universal screening to identify school, class, and individual social emotional learning needs. Pilot teachers are currently collecting baseline data for the pilot population. Using this assessment measure, pre-assessment results at the beginning of the pilot will be compared to post-assessment results at the conclusion of the pilot. Data will be used to inform decision-making process for a full-scale curriculum adoption.
On behalf of the Department of Learning and Achievement and Student Services, I'd like to sincerely thank you for participating in our presentation this evening. And with Superintendent McIntyre's permission, we're happy to entertain any questions or comments that you have at this time.
All right, open it up to whoever.
Maybe before you start, board members, just I want to acknowledge the big changes we're trying to make with that, with getting better results. So you see it with science, ELA, and literacy, math, and also with social emotional learning as far as how do we get better results when it comes to the multiple measures we look at. And I want to commend our team for this work while wrestling with the other challenges we've faced with COVID and other things, because this doesn't happen overnight. So really appreciate the hard work that's happening and really beginning to do the background work to launch some changes. I really think of science, that those are big changes, and hopefully with big changes in results as well. And that same with high school math. You kind of take each one of these categories, and I hope you can see that we have to do things differently to get different results. And the effort has clearly been invested in making that happen. So thanks for letting me jump in there.
I have a couple initial questions. First of all, thank you for all this hard work. In the pilot for social emotional learning, you said across all levels. Does that include pre-K and the OEC, et cetera? And 279 online?
It did originally.
Okay.
And the trick with that was, as we got a week or so into the school year, our pre-K representative ended up taking a position in a different grade level. We kept her within the pilot as a longtime pre-K teacher.
Sure.
We also have another former pre-K teacher in the pilot as well, who's teaching kindergarten. So when we started, the answer is yes, but right now, the truthful answer is no. But we do have that perspective, given the fact that they've both engaged with pre-K learners quite extensively.
But we won't know if our current pre-K kids.
That's correct.
That's okay. And then I missed the three names of the curriculum for the SEL.
Sure, it's Better Together Cubed, Character Strong, and Harmony SEL.
Character what?
Strong,
Strong.
And harmony.
SEL.
As in social emotional learning. Another question I had, I'm super excited about it because, we've known for a long time that 11% gain. It's kind of exciting. There was something on the math that I wanted to ask. Sorry about my paging through here. Right now, apparently I didn't write it down. Right now for math, with the spiral curriculum, is that across all grade levels at the CPM?
Sixth grade to Algebra 2.
Okay,
So everything covered by the Minnesota standards at the secondary level.
okay, so secondary level. And we're implementing pilots in all our grade levels currently?
So we piloted in the 2019-2020 school year and made a selection right as COVID shut us down.
Right, okay. Sounds good. It's just with the standards and implementations and piloting certain things and working on certain things, it's, I don't know how you keep it all straight. That's all I got for now.
I'll jump in. So one, I just want to say that I am actually most excited about the new sort of vision for science instruction. I think had this vision been achieved when I was younger, I probably would have had much more of an interest in science myself. I was never great at the memorization part of it, so that kind of caught my eye. Let me see, what did I have? I did have a question on the social emotional learning tools that you just mentioned. You just listed the 3 names, so I won't list them again, but can you kind of talk about the differences between each of the tools? What they sort of specialize in?
Well, what we're doing with the 3 different resources, and I'll start with Better Together Cubed. So Better Together Cubed is a resource that we're piloting and was selected to be a pilot resource in pre-K through 12th grade. So that is the one of the 3 that's being piloted across all grade levels. I would describe it as being a physical resource in the sense that it's a curriculum resource that teachers have in their hand to be able to utilize and interact with students. The way that they've structured the curriculum is in a cube-shaped card that essentially has an overview of the instructional and the learning experiences on one side, and on the reverse, it has more of a specific lesson plan that teachers can engage in. It also has a self-care component for adults that accompanies the curriculum resource that we're just starting to talk about how teachers can think about ways that they can interact with that a little bit with some of their colleagues. So that would be the first one. The second resource I would speak to is Harmony SEL. That is a resource that is happening in pre-K through 5th grade. That resource is strictly an online resource. So when we think about that resource, it just provides teachers with a number of different lessons and units of instruction that they can access digitally on any device, anywhere that they want. So in that sense, it's a little bit different because there's no physical resource they can grab onto and use in the classroom. The third resource then is Character Strong, and that's quite similar to Harmony SEL in the sense that that one we're only using in 6th through 12th grade, but again, it's a fully online, a fully digital resource that teachers and students interact with. So it's just a little bit, those are some of the kind of the key nuances here. I don't know if you have anything that you want to add, but just to give you a quick overview. I think the other thing to note as we think about the SEL pilot, I think it was 8 days ago, we were all in here as a pilot team for the very first time, listening to teachers talk about their excitement, having only had about 13 days to start utilizing the resource with their students. And the fact that I didn't even make it through the first week of school, and I had a 5th grade teacher from Palmer Lake Elementary email me a picture of her students engaging in social emotional learning and how excited they were and how much they liked talking about it. The excitement around this is unlike things that I've had the opportunity to see, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing how this kind of works out throughout the course of the year. And again, I know I referenced it in the presentation, and I know I'm a little bit biased because I serve as a facilitator on DPAC, but I think it's really important to continue to note that this work started with our District Planning Advisory Council. It started at DPAC, and it continued from there. So for all the people that have participated in that group over the previous years, I want to honor that and celebrate that because that's something that's really important as we look at different ways that we continue to be in collaboration with our community.
Can I just expound on that a little bit? Can you give me an example, like, what about, like, what did it look like when you got a picture, like, what were they doing? Like, how can you describe, like, kind of operationally what it looks like?
Sure. So the picture was a teacher standing in the front of the classroom. I couldn't see the teacher, but it was students paired off, engaged in conversation and in an activity around social emotional learning. It was kind of that higher up kind of global view of what they were doing. But even as you look at the images, seeing the smiles and seeing the engagement among these fifth graders, it was something tangible. It was something you could quantify. So while I don't know exactly what activity they were working on,
Okay.
it was neat to see that as a data point,
Yeah.
truthfully.
Yep.
So on these 3 resources, I think one question is, outside of the one-day professional development session, what is the plan to continue to educate and develop staff related to this topic? And then have we thought about expanding this into the community at all to get parents in on this as well?
We are, in terms of thinking about the community and thinking about student perspectives, that's something that we're starting to talk about with our pilot teacher groups. How do we entertain those perspectives and how do we bring those voices to the table? When I think back to some of our experiences when we adopted Bridges, for example, with elementary math, one of the important pieces that we engaged in there was to get feedback from teachers, to strategically talk with families at conferences about their experiences, and to conduct different types of surveys, grade level appropriate surveys to get student feedback on their experience around that. So that's the type of thing that Sarah and I are hopefully envisioning for our SEL pilot. With respect to professional development, we did have that experience. What was interesting is that all of our vendors kind of identified that as being the key amount of professional development that would be needed to implement their resource. But in bringing them together on an ongoing basis, that's where the true development and the collaboration occurs as they talk about the lived experiences of their students. Having a 279 online teacher have an opportunity to sit down with the teacher from Maple Grove Senior High or Park Center or the OALC or Osseo Senior is a really powerful opportunity for them to talk about what those pieces were like as they interacted with it. And truthfully, to create a space where they can share their different perspectives on how well it's working or not working. The other piece that we try to incorporate very intentionally is the cross-sharing of experiences across resources. So for example, if I'm thinking at the elementary level and I'm a 4th grade teacher and I'm piloting Better Together Cubed, we create spaces where they can sit down with 4th grade teachers that are piloting the other curriculum resource so they can hear all of the strengths, the opportunities, what those experiences are like as well. So it's almost as if we're trying to help them see that they're piloting multiple resources when in fact they're only doing one, but just creating that space for conversation. I think we could have met for several hours and nobody would have looked at the clock at that first meeting, so it was a good experience. I think long-term, once we get to the point where we get to that decision-making process, that's going to be, if not sooner than that, the space where we're going to need to think strategically about the professional development of all of our educators. Because anytime we think about the adoption of a new curriculum resource, it's really important. It's important to me personally to provide teachers with everything they need to be successful in advance, to maximize their success on the front end, and then, like Jill referenced with CPM and math at the secondary level, continue to provide that ongoing layer of support and spaces of listening and spaces of collaboration that might help make the process a little bit easier. But it is hard. It's new, it's change, it's not easy. So we want to honor those perspectives as well with all of our educators.
So you talked about, all of you, the new standards in science, talked about it a little bit in math, but then I missed it for ELA. And I know you mentioned a little something about American Indian books, but can you maybe go beyond that? Like, what are the new standards that we'll be implementing?
Yes, and I can do some, and maybe Jill can chime in also when she's, with her focus on secondary. So there's a big change in the emphasis on writing, which has been always present in the standards, but they're talking about really the purpose of writing. And again, similar to science, it's changing from kind of telling you about writing to making you actually engage in writing projects and learning about the purpose of each different kind of project. So really giving students that opportunity to really engage in the work and learn through doing the work instead of telling them and preparing them first, and then you do a project and then you get graded on it. You learn as you're doing it. It's specifically about writing. In literacy, really talking about some of the foundational skills and focusing again on the importance of teaching phonics and the importance of really the decoding piece and the foundational skills, even as you go through and go up the grade levels. And then also including perspectives that we maybe haven't traditionally included in our literacy. So really focusing on Minnesota Indian tribes and peoples and Dakota and Anishinaabe, but also other tribes that are in Minnesota that really can, there's some literacy that's being created right now, short stories, poems, and we're trying to incorporate those into our instruction too, to match those standards. Is there anything else? You got it. Okay.
Thank you. I think one of the other sort of questions I had, and I know, just want to acknowledge that, being a board liaison to DPAC, and also participating in DPAC many years back, I know that many of these topics have been priorities for DPAC over the years, and so as the board, but also for the community, just wondering when can we expect to get some updates on our progress related to the science piece of it? Is this something that we'll get another update on a year from now, or, how often can we be updated on our progress?
Well, I think the first next place that there will be an update is, I know our first DPAC meeting is on October 18th, so we plan to share an update with that committee as well as share information about social emotional learning and some of the other past recommendations. I know that Kayak has also been another venue where we've had an opportunity to provide ongoing updates, but if there's a larger interest, as I know that we've done in the past when it's come to curriculum adoption pieces, there have certainly been spaces where we've come back and provided those updates and shared new learning with you, shared progress with you before we get to that decision-making process.
I don't want to speak for everyone, but I know that, again, both DPAC and this board have identified science as a high priority for our district, and so it would be nice to make sure that we're placing a greater emphasis on our progress related to science and making sure that we are updating the board and the community on our progress more frequently. I think for the purposes of accountability, really. So that's where I'm at. Yeah, if we could get more periodic updates, that would be great. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you. These are vast updates to our curriculum, and I am super excited about the science. Scientific investigation, modeling, and communicating as a way of understanding life is so important. And what this shows our students and our scholars is that science is for everyone, especially our youngest kids. And I really appreciate that. And then how you've underpinned the whole core of everything is that students learn better when their social and emotional needs are developed and met. And so I really appreciate everything that you have shown us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
I haven't had a chance to ask questions yet. So regarding the pilot, you touched on parent feedback a little bit. Generally, in a pilot, do parents know their child is in a pilot, that their classroom is a pilot, is doing something different? Do they provide regular input in terms of observations of how it's going for their child, or things, especially when it comes to the social emotional, and I'll have more questions on that in a moment. But just, can you tell me a little bit more about the parent engagement part of pilots?
I think in thinking about the social emotional learning curriculum pilot, I think those conversations are occurring between pilot teachers and the families of the students that they're serving on an ongoing basis. As we have some of our learning conferences and our fall conferences that will happen at the elementary level coming up, that will be an excellent opportunity to start collecting some of that feedback from parents, and in particular, when there's spaces where there's student-led conferences, be able to hear student voices around that from a pilot teacher perspective. We are having pilot teachers on a meeting-by-meeting basis conduct a comprehensive evaluation of their curriculum resource that we're going to be comparing and monitoring over time, so we can get their perspectives around the various components of what we identified as being the key things we were looking for as a program improvement process team last year in a curriculum resource, and that will be something that will weigh heavily on the decision as well. So those are the three pieces. Again, as I think I referenced earlier, we're just a few weeks in with this, and we really want to get pilot teachers' perspectives around the ways that we can incorporate other voices so that it's not just one or two of us making decisions in isolation, but that's something that's a priority.
Okay. So I did a quick Google on each of the programs that you mentioned for the social emotional. Are those things that are accessible for the viewers, for the public to go and see what we are actually piloting? And I have a larger question too, which, how does our community, how do parents access what our curriculum is so that they know what curriculum their children are participating in?
Sure, I'll start with the second question. For elementary, we have curriculum guides that are on the district website. They're also in the parent and student toolkit that goes through and mentions what each of the components are. When there's online access to the resources, we put a link to those resources also in there. Some of our resources no longer have online access, but parents are when parents go into open house and to conferences, they're encouraged to ask to look at the resources. We also have resources available in many of the media centers throughout elementary school. And secondary is very much the same. Students get a syllabus with what's going to be taught during that time, along with the resources that are going to be used.
Okay. That's helpful. So with the pilots themselves on the social emotional, that is available?
I'm sorry, say that one more
The
time.
pilots for the social emotional curriculum, that is available for people to go see?
Well, as you said, I think all three of them have public-facing, well, I know all three of them have public-facing websites where families can have the opportunity to get different pieces of information. The two online resources are essentially teacher-facing resources, so they're not necessarily direct items that students interact with on a device. It's more the creation of different lessons and activities that students can engage in. So I think for both of those two resources, without a direct login, that would be a little bit trickier. Whereas Better Together Cubed has a little bit more of a broad overview around their curriculum resource on their website. They're a newer curriculum resource. They're actually a local curriculum resource as well. So they're just starting to really put some of this information out there. But outside of that, I can't think of any other specific ways to interact with that.
Can I just my personal testimonial, all my kids, like whenever they're in a pilot, their teachers always let us know. And then, like you said, the syllabus, and then even this year, going in to kind of like what's kind of new, what's coming in the curriculum. So as a parent, I'm just saying, I really hear it directly from our teachers, so.
Okay, and so who, did you say, who actually administers the risk screener assessment?
So our pilot teachers are administering it. There is Sabres and My Sabres built into FastBridge. So it's just a quick risk screener that uses a Likert scale, and then it provides a risk assessment, much like what our literacy screener would provide to us for a whole class, and then we can look at the data by school and as a district as well. And then there is a component called My Sabres, which we are not requiring, but encouraging pilot teachers to use for their own information, and that's a student a student screener, so they're actually providing and answering questions and giving the information. So that provides the teacher more with information to be able to direct their instruction, determine using some of the resources, what lessons to teach, as some of our resources aren't laid out in a specific sequence, but provide to certain content or topic areas based on student need.
And is that being administered across the district? Is it already being administered, but now we have a pilot to address the risk factors, or is it only being administered in the pilot classes?
Sure, there are sites and schools that are administering it for the whole site, but is not across the entire district, but all pilot teachers will be conducting that this year.
Okay, and you said it, so then the idea is that it would be customized to what is being identified in that classroom as
So,
the risk factors?
sure. So it'll provide us, a couple different ways to utilize the data. We will utilize it to look at pre-post data, to look at the impact of the resources. But a teacher will also have access to the data for their specific classroom to look at, areas that they may target their instruction in order to provide the greatest impact using the materials that they're piloting.
Okay, and there's no data privacy issues around that? I mean, it's pretty,
It's no different than our reading or math screening. It's a skill screening that helps us target instruction. So it's not a mental health assessment, if you're thinking that. It's good for our families to know that. It's just a universal screener
okay, that's a
on
good
on the behaviors we see in the
clarification on all
classroom.
the
And it's
components
very
of it.
similar to how we approach reading and math
Yeah.
instruction.
Okay, got it. And then, as we think about so prior to COVID and now again recently, as students have returned to school, there's been a lot of communication and conversation around behavior concerns and discipline concerns. When we look at implementing the social emotional learning curriculum, do we believe that we're going to see some type of different outcomes in terms of incidents and concerns, or are you tying that to any of that data, or no?
Sure, yes, in our program improvement process and the data that we determined we would look at, we would also look at some of that more formal discipline data in terms of suspensions, office referrals, along with SABRs, as well as the achievement data, because research states that, right, we'll see an increase in our students' achievement along with seeing a decrease in some of that behavioral referral data that you're talking about.
Okay, is that is this intended as one tool to change those outcomes, or is it we will happen to, that's not the main, because you described the objectives before, which did not include like a discipline or behavior issue type of outcome or goal. So is it more that we believe that that will also be a result of it, but it's not the focus? I just want clarity on that.
I can jump in on this one. The goal is to teach skills before we have to intervene with discipline, right?
Right.
So the 5 big pieces of SEL are self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision-making around your own behavior. So think of like we teach all of our students reading, and then when students need extra help, we give them an extra dose of reading or math, right? So whack in this other microphone. So we need to approach it the same way. So when you think of proactively teaching and reinforcing and supporting explicit skills, it helps us reduce the amount of intervention we need to do around behavior. And the timing's really good, because we're coming back from a lot of different interruptions in learning last year, and you've heard me all talk about we're learning routines all over again and how to do school together again. So to bring in these resources that really help our classrooms ground in the expectations positively around how to interact with one another. We need to start there as a universal approach, just like we do with our academic instruction, and then build our interventions from there as well. So we've talked many times with the board around positive behavior intervention and supports, restorative practices, our mental health. We're going to do a mental health update next month. So they all kind of align in a tiered model, that multi-tiered system of support. And this has been an area we've been lacking. We've always had reading and math instruction at a core level, but this is the first time we've really been able to move into something from a core instructional piece around social emotional learning. So I think the short answer to your question is yes, this should help. It's the perfect time to do it because we're relearning how to, all the routines and systems of classrooms and in schools and hallways and buses and lunchrooms and everything else. That part excites me. And then we'll see with the screening data and even our intervention data, what the impact might be, especially when you're going to get down to making a selection at the end of the, near the end of this process. Which one of those three resources maybe gives us the best impact, highest level impact on those things. So I didn't mean to jump in, but it's an area that I'm very familiar with, and I'm excited. It's taken some time to get here, and I want to commend the work of DPAC and others to get us to this point of implementation, to really make hopefully some really strong improvements. And the timing's perfect from how we've come off last year, from my perspective.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jeremy.
No, thank you. That answered fully kind of what I was trying to understand. So I would just kind of end with, again, like this was really great. I echo Director Brooks' remarks in terms of knowing kind of all this work that's happening on curriculum would probably really be helpful with, to put, when we get the results, when we got our test scores, and there was a lot of question, like if the community had maybe known that this work was already underway, that might have provided some better context for them to interpret some of that data and the information. So I think the more communication and the having this report out there is going to be great for people. I think you actually provided a lot of rich information that wasn't on the page that I might recommend in the future, because if somebody just goes look at this and looks at it, they're going to miss like that rich additional content you were providing, because I think it is a really important communication tool with our community, with our families, on what is already happening to and being done to address concerns that they have and we have. So this is really helpful. Thank you for the work.
Thank you.
I have a lot of questions. I'm just going to be very brief on social emotional because we've spent a lot of time talking about it. But as a former board member liaison to DPAC, I know that that's just something that we have talked about extensively. And the data is just so clear that having a strong social emotional program that is really foundational in teaching those skills to students will improve their achievement, and that is ultimately our goal, is to give them strategies so that they can be high-achieving students. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I do have some other questions, and some of these, because we've worked together on DPAC and Kayak, I've probably already asked you, and we've probably already discussed, but because I'm getting questions about them, I'm going to ask them again so that the public can hear them. So one question that has been brought to me a couple of times is a concern about content shift down. So when we talk about moving content down grade levels, sometimes there can be concerns about whether or not that would be developmentally appropriate for that grade level. And so can you just talk about the thought process behind that and what the data says about that?
So that was actually something dictated to us by MDE. We don't have much of a choice in the content shift downs. I think one of the things that we have worked with our teachers on is to make sure that they have the content knowledge to make it developmentally appropriate for the students that they serve.
Okay, thank you. That is very helpful information. And that's specifically for science. Is that true for that's what we're doing right now, but when we've done that in other content areas, is that also true?
I would say generally speaking,
Okay.
science is the only one that I can remember where we've had that really massive content shift.
Okay.
And then we follow the MDE standards, so we would take their guidance.
Okay. And then I think it was science. You had mentioned, maybe it was a different one, but the teachers had selected the curriculum that they wanted to choose to pilot or to evaluate, and maybe it wasn't science. Can you talk more about how teachers choose or select curriculums that would be piloted in our district?
Sure, and I think there's probably for many of our curricular areas that we have the program improvement process team involved in the selection. along with other teachers across the system. So specifically for elementary science, we had a rubric that was designed by the Program Improvement Process Team, which included people from across the district, teachers, administrators, people from the Department of Educational Equity and from Student Services, who created a rubric by looking at the best practices and looking at the standards and looking at what other systems had used and kind of created one unique to us. As they went through and listened to all of the publishers, they went through, and then they also went, after the publishers did their presentation, they also took the actual curriculum units and went through and looked for all of the things that we felt were really necessary and met the standards and were culturally responsive. So they did that as they came up with, they narrowed it down to 2 in this case, that they moved forward to pilot. In elementary math, when we did that, the Program Improvement Process Team narrowed it down to 3, and then we brought all 3 to all of the classroom teachers, and they went through and looked at the lessons, and then they selected the 2 to move forward for the program improvement process.
So another question that came up when we did the bridges, or when we finally decided on the bridges, is sometimes teachers get super excited about their pilot and then it isn't selected, and there's a little bit of disappointment or hesitation. Can you just talk about what goes into the decision-making factor when we choose one content over another?
Sure. Well, that decision happened in this very room, so it feels like I can almost envision that conversation happening, and it feels like it was just yesterday, but it was several years ago, 3 or 4. One of the things that we're really intentional about whenever we begin a pilot is to help teachers manage expectations around the potential that they only have a 50% chance that their resource is going to end up being the identified resource. And it's something that we reinforce in writing. It's something that we reinforce in expectations. It's something that we reinforce probably too much in conversation to keep them thinking about it. The other thing that we try to do is, that's where that cross-sharing across curriculum resources really is of value, because when they get to that phase where they're thinking about a resource, they're not just thinking about their own experience, they're thinking about the experience of their grade level colleagues who piloted a different resource. And when we think back to Bridges, that was the first large-scale adoption that I ever had the opportunity to be a part of. And so I was nervous. I was really wondering how some of our teachers that were piloting Everyday Math at the time, the new version of Everyday Math, how they would fall. Would they, stay in a position where they just wanted to continue with the resource that they were piloting, as you said, or would they think about Bridges? And at the end of the day, we had about 90% of our pilot teachers all pick that one resource. And again, I think that's just a testament to their work. I think it's a testament to the value and the meaning behind the conversations that occur. And I think it's about kind of that front-loading, and I'll describe it as being annoying reminders that we continually provide throughout the experience for people. So everybody walks in with their eyes wide open to a pilot experience, and that's something that's been very important to us from a transparency standpoint. So I'm hopeful that people feel good once we reach that decision, and generally the excitement and the momentum has been universal. I can think of one anecdote about, we had a pilot teacher who was piloting Everyday Math, and she had gone through the entire pilot experience, and she voted for the other resource, and hers wasn't selected. And then she, like others, ended up moving from elementary to the middle school level, and then signed on to be a part of the secondary math pilot, only to have her resource that she piloted not be selected for a second consecutive pilot. But having her voice in that process and having her be able to speak to her experience in that moment around what it feels like to not have your resource selected was invaluable. So those voices are there. We're also starting to see teachers who started in some of our initial pilots want to continue to pilot new things with us because we've worked so hard to build trust with them. And that's something that's been very important to me personally. I want them to know that their voice really matters and that they are ultimately going to be the most important decision makers in that space. So that's something we've worked really hard to build over the course of the past 6 years.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it's really important to understand that we don't just go into a curriculum adoption lightly. It's very labor intensive, and a lot goes into it. So I think it's really important for you to share that and people to understand that this is something that is very intensive. Every voice matters, and we're really looking at the curriculum and the materials diligently and thoughtfully and thoroughly for all of those really key value points, and then also for our achievement levels and how they're going to benefit our students. So thank you for sharing that aspect of it. I think sometimes people don't always understand everything that goes into it. It is very, very intensive, both financially and mentally and emotionally for all the people that are involved in those piloting programs. So I have a couple of other questions about, I asked that question already. The math, the CPM coach visits, it's one-to-one, basically. The person will come into the building and they'll kind of see what's happening in the classroom and then give feedback. Is that my understanding of it?
That is correct.
Okay. I wasn't quite sure if it was separate or actually like.
It's one-to-one at the teacher's convenience when they want to follow up with their coach. So it could be the next day, it could be the next week. It's up to the teacher and the coach to negotiate that piece.
Okay. And they get to do that, how many times did you say?
2 times a year. So our first one is scheduled for the end of October, and teachers are signing up now.
Okay. And if a teacher were to feel like they needed additional, is that something that's optional or available to them?
So not through CPM, but we have a staff development assessment specialist who can work with that teacher one-on-one for as long as they need and to support them. And she's been trained in CPM, she taught CPM and has a lot of expertise in that area.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, you had mentioned that. Thank you. This is the one that was teacher selected.
Correct.
Okay.
And it followed the same process that Robin and Jeremy just described that elementary math went through.
Okay. And so my final questions are going to be primarily about the ELA standards, which are pressing, I feel like, because we need to read and write for so much of the other work that we do. It's really, really important. So some of the things that I didn't see talked about here today was dyslexia, and we know that it affects 20% of people, which means 20% of our students may be affected by dyslexia. And we currently use Wilson reading for students who have a dyslexia diagnosis at certain grade levels or with a certain need. And I'm just curious about what we're looking at for English courses, reading courses, language courses, all of those things, and how we will make sure that the curriculum that we choose is also best serving for those students as well as all the other students in the classroom, especially when we take into consideration the fact that we know that students thrive in their regular classroom settings versus having to have pull-out instruction. And when we're talking about 20% of students needing additional services, and the research is pretty clear that most of those styles of instruction benefit all readers, if that has been taken into consideration in this process.
Absolutely, and it's part of the standards also. So when we're looking at materials, that will be really the phonics. You're talking about structured phonics and structured phonics and phonemic awareness instruction. And so that will be part of whatever program we look at. Will have to be an integral part. And one of the things that we know from our last experience is really focusing professional development around that so that teachers realize that it's just as important, because that's maybe one of the more cumbersome pieces to teach, because it often has a lot of manipulatives that teachers need to move around and students need to touch. And so making sure that teachers have that support and that the program is really strong in that area.
So have we considered adapting a program that was designed for students who have dyslexia, or a phonics, like a phonics-heavy course versus balanced literacy?
So right now, we're just beginning to look at different resources. And so I think that one of the things that really research keeps supporting is really a balanced approach where we have that piece and we have some of the comprehension pieces, because in the past, what we've done is we've gone, if anyone was around to their companion reading days, we really taught the phonics in isolation almost, without the comprehension piece. And then as students went through the grade levels, they were missing that really deep understanding of what they were reading. And so we know that it needs to be done both and so, but we do need a really strong phonics program moving in.
So one thing that I've heard from teachers, and I'm just going to share this as anecdotal information, is one thing I've heard from teachers is that a lot of, especially some of our younger teachers, teachers that have only been in the teaching field for a shorter period of time, weren't really, that wasn't the focus of their education. And so this is very new to them. And also some of their colleagues that have been teaching in the classroom for a long time, it also feels new to them. And even when we're doing balanced literacy, the focus in their classrooms has really been more on sight words and rote memorization versus phonics-based learning. And so I guess I would just share that I think it's important that we emphasize the need to have that comprehensive understanding of how phonics work and that level of instruction in each grade level, or lower, especially the lower grade levels where they're really working on that, versus the balanced literacy where what I've heard from people and what I think we see is that sometimes that gets left by the wayside or it doesn't have the emphasis that is required for the students learning the material.
Absolutely.
Do we have a list of resources that we're reviewing for that yet?
We have just started, so our
Okay.
first meeting is November 1st with both the secondary and the elementary English Language Arts Program Improvement Process team.
Okay, that is it for my questions. Thank you.
All right, I just had a couple questions. One, okay, let me find it. The math CPM, you mentioned real world experiences. What are some of those?
Oh, so rather than just having a problem about probability, let's say, where.
I know
it's-
what it is, but like,
Oh.
what are some of that? Can you
Yep.
give us some examples of what they?
Yep,
okay.
so rather than just having this number, it would be Rowena and Polly are having a contest, and there are beans involved in this contest. And so students actually manipulating the beans and figuring it out and developing sort of their own model for that. That's one example.
Sure. And then, can I just ask a question? Do our school, when I grew up, like, we did, like, science fairs, we did, all this stuff, and I know some schools, like, I know my kid's school, their PTO puts it on, but do we have, like, a district-wide opportunity because to me, that's also experiential, learning to be able to have that hands-on piece. Do we
Not
do
at the
any of that?
secondary level.
Not the secondary? Okay.
I think there are different types of experiences, as you referenced, that occur at various sites. I think that's been more of a site-based opportunity that they've chosen to provide. I can't think of, standing here in this moment, a district-wide event such as that, but I do know that there are those things that are offered at specific elementary sites.
Okay, cool. And with ELA, you talk a lot about, just what's changed in terms of some of the resources, specifically on the American Indian resources. Do you work closely with the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee as well?
We have met with the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee. We have not met yet this year, but as we're moving past, and we have shared book lists and talked about book selections in the past. So.
And then, in general, I know it's like, I look at all this work and you guys have all talked about DPAC and how much it's gone into that, so you have just such a strong foundation, and there's so much that goes into this. But when we talk even about like just our other committees, the RISE committee is new. I think it has kind of another, kind of focus, but a set of kind of parents and community members that I think would be really also interested in that. I think there's kind of been this general sentiment of like getting this information out there. And then my last question is just given, you look at a lot of the, MCAs couldn't be done because of the pandemic, some assessments couldn't be done because of the pandemic. What, like, out of the program improvement process, has it been altered due to the pandemic? Like, and I'm asking this because last week when we had our Association of Metropolitan School Districts, we had a panel of students that came, and they were from all different districts. And they all kind of said the same thing, like, what are schools doing to kind of take lessons learned from the pandemic and implement it into our school so we have success. And a lot of it really was around social emotional, or having, kind of creating spaces and opportunities for that piece, that connection piece. So I'm just wondering, I know plans keep going, but obviously, this is a moment that we were able to kind of alter how we do things.
I think when we're thinking about the program improvement process in and of itself, I think obviously there are some ways in which that work shifted as a result of having to engage in that work virtually versus being able to meaningfully connect in person. And we're still trying to navigate that with the teachers in those spaces. But with that said, as we've been focusing on our professional development around accelerating student learning throughout the course of the fall, and even as we get into this school year, our focus has really been on engaging teachers in conversation around what are the things that worked well that we can take from that experience and apply in a face-to-face environment. So those are conversations that we're continuing to try to move forward so that people keep the things that were really effective and really worked with students that they might not have tried otherwise. So those are some of the things that I can think of in response to that.
Okay. And Jeremy, this is for you. Like, what are you out of this? I mean, there's so much in here that you guys are doing. What kind of excites you the most?
I don't know how you want me to answer that
I
question,
don't know,
Kelsey.
Jeremy.
Picking a favorite child.
Listen, I'm biased. I have the pleasure of being able to co-facilitate the SEL pilot with Sarah. The connection to our work with DPAC matters to me. I'm just excited about that in a different way because, as Corey referenced, this is the first time that we are going to have a core instructional resource in social emotional learning. And that, to me, is just really exciting because, as other board members have shared, when students are feeling really in a good place when they walk into that school environment and they're feeling as though they have the skills to engage in learning and to interact with their peers, we believe that academic success is going to come as a result of that. So that's not to diminish any of the work of my colleagues by any means. But these experiences are really, I don't even want to know what they're doing on camera behind me. These experiences with teachers are some of the best experiences that I've had in my career. I will always have a special place in my heart for the elementary math pilot because it was the first experience that we had. And the gratitude that we feel for the engagement that we have from our pilot teachers, I can't even begin to put that into words how much that means. So I just want to publicly share that because we couldn't do this work without their engagement and their willingness to put themselves out there. And that matters to us. So.
All right, well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Jackie, go ahead.
I got some
I'd like
quick
to get
ones,
going.
really quick ones, because I went first. So can I assume that we can tell parents if they want to know what our SAL curriculum entails, that they could go to castle.org? Because a lot of those skills would be what we would be working on.
I think that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, so that would be casel.org. And then, if I'm understanding that our SEL curriculum and our science curriculum will be rolling out at the same year? Like, we're making recommendations out. The reason I ask that is because it just occurred to me while you're doing all these things, and then when you're talking about the CPM, how our social emotional, these skills from CASEL, work with the scientific inquiry process and the collaboration and the engineering process, and with the spiral, CPM. And as a teacher going, oh, another curriculum to adopt, if I'm going to have to go to trainings on this and this, if I know that they're going to, work together more, that might be helpful. And I assume you're already thinking about all that, but I was
We
just
are.
a little jazzed about that. That's it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, as we transition, I have to throw in there what excites me is we're talking about teaching and learning again, right? That's at the core of what we do, and when you think about math, science, SEL, and literacy tonight, I'm excited about moving all those efforts forward, and you basically saw teaching happening in a different way in each of those core areas, so that excites me. What doesn't excite me is we're 45 minutes behind schedule. So I'm gonna, we're gonna ask, we're not gonna take our break. You can help yourself to a break if you need it, because we're gonna need to make up for some lost time. And Anthony and John and Lisa are with us tonight to talk about our current device repair and management process for assessing damages. And I'm going to stop there and just turn it right over to Anthony to get us going. So, thank you.
Well, good evening, board members, Superintendent McIntyre, and Cabinet. As Corey alluded to, we're here tonight to present information, the broad information around student device management, kind of damage costs and assessments that go along with this, as well as kind of present kind of big picture if the board wants to think about other directions or options that we could explore as a system, not that we necessarily need to make changes around this. Lisa Sjogren is our coordinator of, who leads our secondary service team, as well as our instructional systems team, which oversees the 21,000 student devices and the whole repair management process. John is in the audience for moral support in case there's any large budgetary questions, because as we talk about the management of a device program and costs associated with it, there could be budgetary questions that might come up. So to get started, our objectives for the day is board members will be aware of the student device program history. Board members will have an understanding of student device repair process, and board members will be informed on device damage cost options. So starting with a little bit of a background, going all the way back to November of 2013, seems like forever ago. But that is when our wonderful community passed Osseo Area Schools' first technology levy. That kicked off the process that started the development of our first ever Digital Learning for All plan. That also secured the funding to start to build the resources around the program that we were going to implement. In the fall of 2014, we implemented that first version of our Digital Learning for All plan, which was really focused around the technology hardware, resources, and infrastructure to build 21st century learning environments. It kicked off our implementation of one-to-one devices in grades 4 through 12, which was iPads at the time. And looking at a management perspective, we had implemented a protection plan to help support the ongoing costs and maintenance around accidental damages and incidental damages that occur to support that device program. In the fall of 2017, at the direction of Kim Rees-Graff, who was the interim director of technology at the time, and a community group, we started to explore and understand where we wanted to go with the future of our technology and our Digital Learning for All plan. That was also the year that I came in that fall and continued that work that Kim Rees-Graff had started. And we came out at the end of that school year with a completely new Digital Learning for All plan that went from a one-page document focused on technology resources to a multi-page document with multiple goals focused on teaching and learning in the environments we want to create and the technology resources to come back and support that. At that same time, we moved into that implementation around changes of technology to support those instructional goals with iPads to Chromebooks in grades 4 through 12, and then the implementation of iPad sets, or that was the intended plan of iPad sets in K through 3. We also made a shift at that time based on our understanding and the data we had collected over the previous 4 years around the protection plan to a cost of repair assessment to manage those ongoing fees, incidental damages, and accidental damages. Last spring, we came to the board after our learning of 16 months of pandemic learning and shifting into new and different models and looking at the future of where we were going to go, and brought the recommendation of moving to a K through 12 one-to-one implementation, which the board supported at that time. We are now formally in a one-to-one program K through 12 with iPads in K through 3 and Chromebooks in grades 4 through 12. If we think about the technology resources, so this isn't all the aspects that go into DL4-8 or to make these work, but the student device program in particular is completely funded out of our technology or capital projects levy. The 21,000 student devices, Chromebooks and iPads that are in the hands of the students is a $1.9 million annual investment. This makes up approximately 24% of our total technology, annual technology levy. Looking at just some historical context, just for that background, where we had that previous protection plan. That previous protection plan costs families, if they choose to participate in it, $35 a year per student. And that cost was tiered based on free and reduced price lunch. When we think about how do we approach financial costs and burdens that come to families, free and reduced price lunch applications is the best indicator we have up front to try and address the needs associated with our families and to support them. The protection plan at that time covered 1 accidental damage per year, and then if they got into a second damage occurring with that device, there was a reduced cost for that. Third damages and beyond came full cost. The protection plan did not cover intentional damage, damage beyond repair, or devices not returned. And Lisa will get into what a damage beyond repair looks like. So these were costs that occur where there's going to need to be a full replacement of that device due to what is occurring. Our previous participation within that protection plan, and over the course of the 4 years, we saw this on a very average annual basis, that we had about 30% of our families actually participate in that protection plan. And as you would see paralleled with that, when we looked at the damages that were occurring during that 4-year time span, only about 30% of those actual damages were families participating in that protection plan. So the majority of our students were being assessed for the entire cost of the repair. If we look at our current cost of repair model and some of the thinking of moving into this model, is as we shifted from iPads to Chromebooks, the cost to repair Chromebooks is significantly less. iPads require certain certifications and expertise. While some districts might replace the screen on an iPad, the internal components really need to be shipped out. So for us to repair iPads, those have to be shipped out to a third-party vendor that have the Apple certification and the expertise, which adds a lot of layers of costs into that device and actually getting it repaired. So when we looked at our shift from iPads to Chromebooks and the cost of parts and being able to certify our own technicians in-house, we decided to make that move based on what we had seen previously to change to a cost of repair model and do those repairs in-house. So we can minimize the cost to the district and to our families as much as possible when it comes to accidental damages that might occur. We do a tiered cost for our damages that occur. So for a student that completes the free and reduced price lunch application and qualifies for reduced, we do automatically take half the cost of the repair off. If they are receiving free lunch, we automatically take 70% off of that. We have always and continue to encourage families that might be outside of this or even having free and reduced price, lunch status and have financial challenges to connect with us and work with us. We can work through plans. We can work through a multitude of strategies to look at how we can support families around the management of costs potentially associated with a damage to their device. Again, I mentioned repairs are conducted in-house to reduce costs down to parts. I'm now going to hand it over to Lisa, and she's going to kind of share our big picture process of what we do with device management and what that repair process looks like, and the different damages, as you can probably well imagine, she's seen come through over the last 8 years. It doesn't take much for her team to really look through devices pretty quick and know a lot of what may have occurred with that technology.
Good evening. Again, Lisa Sjogren. I am the coordinator of instructional systems officially. However, I'm better known as the coordinator of one-to-one devices to the public and secondary technology to the teachers. I want to talk to you about the device repair process. If you ever see us on Instagram, our hashtag is land of 21,000 devices, and we talk about how collection is the beginning of our school year, and a lot of people are like, wait, hang on a second, collection is at the end of the school year. And what I like to say is collection is actually phase 1. A good collection will prepare us for a good summer, which will prepare us for a good deployment, which will prepare us for a good maintenance and back to collection, and round we go. So let's break down these phases, as I call them. Phase number 1, collection. This is done in the spring. We actually start planning for collection the day after the last device is handed out. I mean, yes, we have new students and everything else, but it actually starts in about November. It is a huge logistical process, that we have, just to give you an indication, about 1,400 bins that are shipped out to schools to put devices into. Devices are inspected, inventoried, and checked in, which means when we scan a device and we collect a device, what happens is that device is given a very specific location. So for example, the location might be MGMS 0706/1. What that means is it's Maple Grove Middle School, it's a 7th grade device, and when we look at the 7th grade devices all alphabetically, it is bin number 6, and it is spot number 1 in that bin. We also inspect those devices, so we make sure that they don't need repairs. If they need repairs, we will repair them over the summer, and then they are checked in and removed from the student's record. They are then sorted for summer storage. So remember how I said they have those special little Maple Grove 06, 07, or 07, 06? This helps us because we know in the district freezer exactly where that bin is, and we can get to it within 3 minutes if needed. Then phase 2 is the summer. Check out my picture of me scraping a sticker off. Summer, we get really busy. 85 days this year. First thing in summer, new devices are processed. We received 5,500 Chromebooks this summer and 5,000 iPads. Old devices retired. We retired about 3,500 Chromebooks and about 10,000 iPads. If you look at the picture in the upper right, yes, those are 30-pin iPads. We had to find cords for 30-pin iPads so we could decommission them, which means taking the staff record off of the device and getting it ready for resale or recycling purposes. Then devices are prepped for deployment. So that bin location that we give during collection, that is put onto another sheet, and we give it a new bin location for deployment. From there, we have deployment. And again, this is a huge logistical process, and one of the pictures you see is our warehouse team who helps us tremendously ship devices all over the district, pick them up, move them around, whatever we need done to help for deployment and also for collection. The devices are returned for students. So when I first took the helm in 2016, they asked me, Lisa, can you make sure that kids get the same device back? I went, yep, no problem. How do I do this? And what happens is that ensures that a kid gets their bag back, they get their device back, they get whatever they return to us back. Devices at deployment are then checked out and registered to the student for the new year because at collection, we clear that record out for them. Which then gets us into the phase that we just moved into last week. It's called maintenance. Maintenance includes one of these things called weekly swoops, which determine action items for sites. Some of the big swoops, there's 7 in total, have to do with new students. So we have new students enroll every week. We also have devices that they'll hand a student, but they won't check it out in our asset management system. And when that happens, we just need to check it out in the asset management system so the device records are correct. We have students who withdraw from the district. They get a 5-day head start on me, and then I lock their device down and start collecting them back. And then the last one has to do with the device not enrolled. Sometimes the device is handed to a student, but it's not enrolled as that kid, or it's enrolled incorrectly. So we get that fixed as well. Completing this does help with collection when collection comes. Then also in phase 4, repairs are done as a swap. Now let me explain something to you. When COVID-19 hit, we couldn't leave kids without their devices for a day or 2. So we set up in this boardroom, if you remember, went out a door 2 and started swapping devices for kids that needed repairs. That process has continued as we've moved back into in-person learning. The device is now, when it needs to be repaired, swapped at the school. That broken device comes back here. The device is repaired here. The tech does that work, or the warranty group does that work, and then it's put back into the inventory. And then we have a wide range of repairs. If you know anything about the middle school devices, there's a batch of middle school devices that were made in April of 2019 with a faulty hinge. And what would happen is the kids would put it in tablet mode, because these devices are flip, so you can put them in tablet mode or regular laptop mode, as I call it. And the hinge would pop it open, separate the screen, break the hinge, and it just looked awful. Then we have physical damage. And then we have things that are damaged beyond repair. Let me break these down for you. Warranty repairs, like I said. These are manufacturing defects. So those April 2019 Chromebooks, Acer knew it was a manufacturing defect. So the second we had one of them, we sent it down to Texas, they'd fix it, send it back with a fixed hinge. Like I said, it goes to Texas. We're really good at shipping things as well. And the only devices right now that have a warranty on them, just so you know, are the new devices that were bought this summer, the Dells that are with our 9th through 11th graders. Then we have physical repairs. These are the ones that we do in-house. Common repairs, keyboards. Keys fall off, kids pick keys off, or in one case, one kid redid the whole keyboard and did A, B, C, D, E, F, G all the way across. Screens are replaced, whether they get dropped, stepped on, whatever. Trackpads, if they fall in, they get scratched. But whatever is done to that device, we repair it, get it back to a new state, per se, and then the device is returned to the inventory after repair. Like I said, we give the kid a replacement device right away so they're not without that device for very long. And then we have my favorites. I don't call them my favorites, really. This is damage beyond repair. This is where the cost of the repair is greater than the cost of the replacement device. This is liquid damage. As you can see in this top picture here, that is where a device has had liquid spilt into the keyboard and stained the bottom cover. It will change the color of the bottom covers. Or extensive physical damage, like you can see in the photo below. Every device that is damaged beyond repair is not, the school does not make that determination. The device is brought back, it is photographed, and they send me all the photographs, and I look at that device to make sure that if we can fix it, we fix it. If we can't fix it, then I will make the determination if it's damaged beyond repair. Here you go.
So, looking at kind of the devices and management and maintenance and costs that go behind this, what you see here is from 2015 through the 1920 school year, and what the costs beyond the investment of the actual device has been. So this is including devices that need repair, devices that were damaged beyond repair and needed to be replaced, or devices that were not returned, so we had to replenish our fleet. As Lisa said, she came in after the 15-16 school year. When this program got implemented, we had some challenges at the very beginning around device management and device repair. And Lisa and her amazing team came together after that 15-16 school year and started to build a process with some particular goals. One, how do we manage our assets and track our assets in an effective way that makes sure that we can continue to ensure that learning is occurring? And how do we start to reduce and mitigate costs both to the district and to families around damages and devices that weren't being returned? So in that 15-16 school year, beyond the initial device investment, we had a $253,000 cost associated with maintaining that existing device fleet. As we continue to improve processes and opportunities of managing those assets, you can see as we progress through the years that we've gotten down to managing this and starting to shrink the cost around this. 17-18, I want to point out, That is the year right before we transition to the new Digital Learning for All plan. So you'll see iPad decommission there. So our 9th grade through 12th grade iPads were all going to be replaced. So any iPads that we did track what got returned and not returned, but when you think about it from a financial perspective, those iPads that were coming back, if they didn't show up, they were going to get replaced anyway with the new Chromebooks that were coming in. So that wasn't a lost expense compared to what we see when a device is in cycle and still needs to be replaced within the system. 18-19 school years when we implemented Chromebooks starting at the high school level. And then 19-20 is, as we all know, March rolled around and that's when the pandemic hit. So when we expanded our device program down to K, that was an increase in our mobile device fleet by 44%. So we have significantly increased the total number of devices that we're managing in that asset and that repair process. What I'm going to share next is the cost associated with last year. So before I put that on the screen, and I'm sure you've seen it through the board packet, COVID was a very unique year, and there's a lot of unique circumstances surrounding what we have associated with the costs with last year. So our overall cost related to our K through 12 one-to-one program is at $289,300 in device repairs and replacement within the fleet. If we break this down through information that has been previously shared with the board, specifically with accidental damages and incidental damages and repairs, we had $95,000 in repair parts that we had to get in and actually repair devices. What was actually assessed to families was only $65,700. So based on our tiered plan and working with families and all those different aspects that go into this, as a district, we consume some of the costs that are associated with repairs within that space. The other two items, the devices not returned and the damage beyond repair, those were assessed to families based on the full cost of the device. I will share in the devices not returned. So Lisa has done an amazing job with her team shrinking this down from that 15-16 year where we had over 6% of our device fleet leave our system down to we see less than 1.5% on a normal year of our fleet that becomes non-accounted for. 3 years ago when I engaged with my Metro colleagues for those that had one-to-one programs, the Metro average is 3%. Some districts in the Metro have as high as 5% of their device fleet that change out every school year. So we have done a very good job to try and mitigate that non-device return piece and continue to work with families and try and recoup those technologies back. I think we've gotten 2 from St. Cloud in the last 2 weeks. We've got a good relationship with other school districts as they show up and we work on getting those shipped back. Lisa's team does do very regular reach out to families. If we've got a contact for them, we continue to reach out and say, hey, how can we get this back? We'll send you the box with the shipping label if we can get the asset back. The $25,000 in damages beyond repair. So this accounts for 90 devices that were damaged beyond repair in the last school year. Lisa can contest, this is a very large number to what we normally experience. It's normally single digits, low double digits, low teens on any given year. We can really contest to the shifting of models, and in particular, those devices being at home for a primary extended period of time contributed to what we saw. We saw a lot of liquid damage, which is not something that we, see within the 8 years of our program. So that is kind of what we see within those costs that leads us to believe that there's some inflation due to what we experienced through COVID and the pandemic. The other, reality of students moving, we've watched the enrollment numbers as enrollment has changed. We look at a big picture number of enrollment and say, hey, we've lost some enrollment, but that doesn't necessarily account for how much enrollment has actually changed. So from a device management perspective, it's all about every individual who leaves our system or comes into our system as opposed to an overall number, because we have to track all those assets and individuals and how they move around in our system. So I'm going to share with you next what other school districts have done to look at how they manage and mitigate costs around devices within their programs. And it really comes down to, there's 4 options. So, districts are either doing what we're currently doing and assessing damages based on cost, or they've got some form of what's, we call a protection plan. You'll hear districts sometimes refer to it as insurance. We're not an insurance provider. We can't call it insurance. It's a protection plan. You'll see other districts that will use a program that's a flat fee based on repairs. So if you have this damage, here's the single cost, no matter what that cost is. Knowing costs can range. The idea is hopefully you can balance that out. Repairing a hinge on a Chromebook is $8. Repairing a screen on a Chromebook is $100. Most of our damages range in that $8 to $15 range. But when we think about protection plans and flat fee repair plans, those are kind of opportunities to look at for families on how do you mitigate those big expenses that might pop up when it's a $100 screen, even though it doesn't occur as often. Some districts, very few, which I'll share in a minute, do no cost assess at all, and they consume those costs or find another way to manage those costs so they don't bring that back onto the families. If we look at the protection plan versus the other 2, current repair costs and flat fee, a protection plan route and why districts might go with this is a way to front load your cost and bring your revenue in at the beginning end to help manage those repairs. With a current cost of repair and a flat repair fee, districts have to build a contingency. So we run a $125,000 annual contingency for repairs so that as the device comes in, we can buy the part and repair it. We then can assess for the fee and hopefully recruit back whatever costs we can. What we see on average as a district within fees that we assess around damages is we recoup back about 25% of what we actually assess. So as I get into looking at some numbers and what these different models could look like in our district, there's the opportunity of if you collect 100% of your fees versus what we typically see is around 25% of what we assess. So I reached out to my colleagues across the state, and I had 29 districts respond back to me and share what they are currently doing within their systems. This 29 districts that responded back represents metro area school districts as well as outstate school districts. It also includes 3 of the big 4. So we've got a wide, diverse range of what districts are managing in different contexts around the device charges associated with it. So out of those 29 school districts, 16 have some form of a protection plan. Those protection plans range anywhere from $10 annually to $60 annually. The range on the second damage is often a cost of $50 to $150 for a second damage, or they're doing a percentage where if you have a second damage, it's 50% of the cost of repair. Most of those districts are not having their protection plans cover a third damage if that occurs within the school year or beyond. We have 5 districts that responded that said they're doing a flat fee plan. Most districts that are doing a flat fee plan are doing some form of tiered structure. So first damage costs this, second damage costs this, third and beyond costs this. There's one school district that has one flat fee no matter how many damages you do, and they're doing it at $30 across the board. So every damage is just $30. We did have 4 not do any form of assessment of fees. These 4 individual schools or school systems are actually relatively small in nature. One of them is a small charter school that says we have a small number of devices. It's something we can manage in-house, and we've been able to address it. We've got one school system that is partnering with grants and community partners, and they are actually funding those repairs, so the school is not consuming that cost. They're having outside agencies bring that in. We've got one district that is Leveraging restorative practice. So they're consuming the cost, and then their administrative team is having restorative practice conversations with every student and incident that, has some form of a damage or accidental damage that occurs. For our system, that would be roughly 4,000 restorative practice meetings that our administrators or leaders within sites would have to carry out if we took on something like that. The fourth district that didn't assess fees, this is their first year implementing one-to-one. They say we're evaluating where we're at in the process to determine where we want to go next. With these districts, some other considerations that are processing through, when we think about that equity standpoint and context and how are we thinking about financial situations of any of our families, half school districts take in free and reduced price lunch applications as part of their consideration of tiering fees. The other half, it is what it is, and they just bill it out. Most charge full replacement cost for intentional damage, damage beyond repair, and devices not returned. So if we look at options of what this could look like in Osseo if we wanted to make a change from what we're currently doing, if we explored the protection plan, based on what we see for data around damages and incidents, if we were to reinstitute this and looking at how this would be implemented, the way we would look at this or recommend a protection plan is that we would do $20 per student per year if they took that option, and then tier that based on free and reduced price lunch status. So $10 for reduced and $5 for free. We would have this protection plan similar to what we had previously and in alignment with what we're seeing in other systems, where it would cover the first accidental damage. After that first damage occurred, we would allow families to renew that protection plan for a second damage within that school year. Third and beyond, we would charge for the cost of repair. We would not have this protection plan cover intentional damage, damage beyond repair, or devices that are not returned. One of the big components that we learned in our first year of actually running this with a protection plan is there's a lot of administrative work that goes with it. You have to manage the protection plan sign up, the fees that are actually coming in with the protection plan. Then as the damages are coming, tracking who has a protection plan, who does not, making sure that they're getting the right charge assessed to them, and then working with the families to see if they renew this. So moving back to a protection plan would require an additional clerical staff person in order to assist with the idiosyncrasies of the administrative paperwork process that comes along with a protection plan. If we looked at this plan the way it's currently structured and look at if we had 30% of our families participate like we saw in the past protection plan, and we had the majority of the additional fees that were assessed actually recuperated, this could actually come up as a net zero, which would then allow us to start reducing that upfront contingency cost that we could then start to apply to other technology projects or initiatives out of the tech levy. If we look at the 30% participation and our typical 25% of actual recuperation, we would anticipate still, as a district, we would have to consume about $133,000. On repairs, though, that would shrink. Where right now we're covering $67,000 on the repair side. With the protection plan, that would actually shrink down to about $6,500 that we would end up taking in on that repair side based on, non-recouped funds for straight assessed fees. If we looked at a flat repair fee, looking at this based on how other school districts have presented this, we would look at doing this based on a tiered phase. So first repair damage would be $15, second repair would be $30, and then a third or more repair would be $60. Again, this plan would not cover intentional damage, damage beyond repair, or devices not returned. If we look at last year's data and the damages that came in, the 1,800 roughly damages that were actually assessed fees for, This model would generate $47,745 in repair coverage if 100% was collected. The district would have to cover, in repair side, about $47,255. That does not include the devices not returned or the damage beyond repair that would be assessed out as well. If we look at a complete cost with our, again, 25% recoup rate, we would anticipate that based on last year's damage that we looked at with the $280,000-ish, the district would have to look at covering the cost about $228,000 overall, specifically in repairs, trying to recoup about $83,000 on that repair piece that we would have to upfront. Then looking at our current cost of repair model, again, this is just to give some numbers around what we're currently doing and managing from a cost standpoint. Last year, what we assessed out would potentially generate for us $65,700 of the costs associated with repairing our devices. We plan on a, built-in cost of about $29,300 to make up that $95,000 on total repair costs. When we factor in the non-return and the damage beyond repairs, and if we calculate a 25% recuperation rate, we're anticipating this year to have to cover the cost of about $224,000 worth of repairs and recoupments of assets. And in repairs alone, about $97,000. So that is kind of laying out what these different models look like, what the potential cost is associated with it coming back to the district to manage and support this. The other thing to know as you engage in discussion and conversations on whether you want to shift from what we're currently doing to looking at something else, moving to a protection plan or tiered fees actually starts to institute fees. So the board would have to take further action around this and do a public fee hearing in order to address the plan, hear what the community has to say before the board takes any action on actually implementing any of these other solutions. Not assessing at all or keeping with our current device charges based on the damage doesn't require any additional action by the board as you consider how we move forward in the future. And with that, I will pause for questions and comments.
Anybody have any questions, comments, clarification?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a topic that I think I have been sort of looking forward to, knowing that this is something that is really out of the control of parents and in many cases can be a surprise. And so I know that you are already familiar with an email that was received where a parent received a surprise $300 bill for a repair, which is significant. Whether you are a family with 2 working adults and great salaries, or whether you are a single parent with a minimal wage. And so I think as we assess options, I think one of the things that I'm interested in, especially because this is something that impacts all of our students now with one-to-one, is how equity was taken into consideration related to the options that have been presented, but also where we are today. So I don't know if you're able to kind of speak to that, if there was some sort of equity impact analysis.
Yeah, so, as I mentioned earlier, the greatest equity standpoint and indicator that we have as a system is really looking at free and reduced price lunch indicator. So, when we're looking at assessing costs back to family, we aren't necessarily taking into consideration race or culture into this, but trying to look at economic equity and economic factors that impact this, regardless of, race and culture, because that's going to be the component of driving of what they can or can't afford. So we only have that one data point that we collect as a system. The ancillary piece, as I mentioned earlier, is we always encourage families that if this is a challenge or a burden, contact us and we work through plans or what, what this might look like. I think Lisa's got a good example of one family that we've worked extensively with where they've had several damages beyond repair that have occurred within that family, and working collaboratively and in partnership with them to actually reach a resolution that supports the student and the learning environment and the family's economic considerations.
I think when you're at the point where you have several damages in any given year on a device, like to me, like that's a more extreme circumstance, and maybe it happens more frequently than I might think, but logically at some point, I think that family would need to maybe start to pay a little more, and I see that you have that sort of outlined in at least one of the options with the sort of escalating fee based on second, third, fourth repair, so on. I do think it's important to acknowledge that where we are today, with technology being so essential for providing a high-quality education to all of our scholars, families don't really have an option about whether or not their student has a device. Yes, a family could decide to opt out somehow and say not to give a device to their child, but in doing that, they're sort of depriving their child of a valuable tool that they'll need in order to stay engaged and on par with their classmates. And so, anything that we can do to minimize surprise bills to our families, I think is really important, particularly given that they aren't signing any sort of contract at the beginning of the year. And, not all of our families can plan for a surprise $300 bill at any point throughout the year. I mean, we're giving these devices to, elementary kids that are inevitably going to break or lose the device. And so I think it's kind of expected. And so, yeah, I'm interested in what the other board members have to say, but anything we can do to minimize the cost to families, I think is something worth discussing.
And I think that's, complete and valid to balance out. And that's why, as I mentioned with the protection plan and the tiered plan, those are ways districts look at strategies for how to mitigate kind of large bills. In particular, there were only 90 families that got a $300 bill because it was a damage beyond repair incident. So it was a situation where there was significant damage to that device where it couldn't actually be repaired without being more costly than actually replacing the device itself.
And
Most damages that can be repaired will range anywhere from 8 to about 115 for a screen, with the majority of our damages in the $8 to $15 range. Keys, keyboards, hinges, cases are kind of where we see the majority of our incidents actually occurring.
Can you maybe just briefly talk about what some of those damage beyond repair situations might look like?
I have seen them all. All right. Last year, we had a damage beyond repair where the device went into the washing machine and through the dryer. Last year, we had damage beyond repair where a child took a hammer to the device. Majority of the damage beyond repairs were due to liquid, whether it was orange juice, milk, smells really good, by the way, or pop. One of the things that my team does, because remember I said, I'm the one that makes the determination if it's a damage beyond repair, is they will go in, they'll get the device, they'll flip it open, they'll say sticky substance on the keyboard, they'll check, there's some underside holes, they'll check those holes. Appears that there's residue around the liquid drainage holes, and then they pop the back off. At that point, they photograph the entire thing. That's, but most of them are liquid damage, whether the orange juice spilled in it, the milk spilled in it. And what happens is it permeates the keyboard. It then fries the motherboard. A motherboard is $285 to repair. And to buy a motherboard from Acer, we can't buy the motherboards from Acer. To buy, and then the keyboard is $25. So at that point, the device is $300, I've exceeded the cost of the device. So that's what damage beyond repairs look like. Does that answer your question?
It does. So it sort of ranges from accidents, which would be that liquid damage, likely, except for the washing machine one, I imagine, to intentional damage, which I think can and should be maybe a separate conversation as well.
So, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay, so the device, I'm gonna use Anthony's papers as an example. Here's what we see. When a device has liquid damage in it, they have 2 holes on the bottom. The 2 holes, if you lift it straight up, it should drain out. What happens is they start going like this. And at that point, you fry the motherboard. We try to teach the kids, lift straight up, but there's 21,000 devices.
Yeah. Just knowing that, you know, our district is promoting for our children to have water bottles by them at all times and to drink water throughout the day. I imagine it's the same thing at home. They have water bottles or cups near them while they're learning. You know, I think, you know, water damage is, again, very likely when you're talking about elementary kids or even middle and high school kids for that matter. And so again, knowing that they think these things are going to happen and that we're putting these devices in the hands of small children, I mean, I think that that's something that we need to account for up front instead of surprising families with, again, a $300 bill. I think that's unacceptable.
Could I just add on? I think that this goes to exactly some of the concerns that I have had since the beginning of the implementation of the tech levy and one-to-one devices, is that we need to be very careful about putting expensive technology into the hands of small people who may not be developmentally ready for that equipment. And I think this really speaks to the need for digital citizenship. Not just how do we treat each other when we're using our devices, you know, like social media interactions, emails, things like that, but also how do we actually use these devices safely, effectively, and appropriately. And so, you know, I think it's a very tricky situation because we have a lot of really great assets and technology when it comes to instruction, but we're also handing $300 devices to small children who don't understand the value of $300 and what exactly that means. And I think that it's a no-win situation for these kids because they're being told this is what you have to use to do your learning. And then, like Thomas pointed out, is they're often being told, you know, make sure you're drinking your water, stay hydrated, and, you know, at home they have their snack and things like that. I feel like it's a really unrealistic expectation that children know exactly how to use the devices appropriately. And also I understand as a parent, I mean, if I had all 4 of my kids destroy their devices in 1 year beyond repair, that would be very, very difficult for me financially, and I think a lot of parents can resonate with that. And so I don't know what the right answer is here, but I feel like maybe we need to think outside the box versus just look at fees or how we plan to pay for these repairs, especially when I think about the historical context, where a lot of times, even though we bill for the fees, they don't get paid, right? And so we're still eating that cost anyways. Except for the people that do pay. And then when they find out that their peer didn't pay and nothing happened, then they feel like slighted. Because they're like, well, I just paid this $300 fine, but my kid's classmate got fined $300. They didn't pay anything and they still got a new device. And then we're creating more conflict within our community. So I don't really know what the right answer is, but I think that we really need to look at this in a different way.
Just to quickly speak to the digital citizenship and training piece, and that's where I think there's a lot of good work that's happening, and where I put the context of last year in a unique situation. So Lisa can contest that the majority of our damages are actually at the middle school. We have hardly any damages at elementary. And as we go back to the damage beyond repairs, in a typical year, it's single digits, low teens. It's not the 90 we experienced last year. And a lot of that comes back to in the classroom, and I know in particular at the middle school, and Andy Bedeau and the tech integration team and Learning Achievement have built great resources that teachers are using in those classrooms to spend the first week teaching digital citizenship and how do I properly care for my device and use the device, where there were some potential gaps that existed with the learning model changes and shifts during the course of last school year.
A clarifying question off of that. So what, and maybe I missed, I'm sorry if I missed this. So what does happen if fees aren't paid? I mean, do we hold?
Well, so, like all of our fees, they continue to roll with the student. We continue to send reminders of, hey, you've got this outstanding fee. We'll work with you to pay it and try to collect it. Oftentimes, we will see these show up at the secondary level when they start doing things like getting ready for prom or graduation, and they're going through the pieces, and they check how much they have for outstanding fees and engage them in what you owe and how we have to get a plan developed to get those items paid back. It looks a little different from each of our comprehensive schools, or high schools, but there are processes that are engaged oftentimes by the time they get into high school, and especially as they're starting to prep for graduation. I know for senior checkout, Lisa works with each of the high schools, and they actually send a full invoice, mailed invoice to all the seniors of, here are all the charges that, are outstanding that we're working to try and collect. At the end of the day, if we don't collect it, we don't collect it. We don't go beyond there. We continue to try and recoup costs where we can. We build in contingencies for what we can't collect to make sure that we can maintain and run the program. But, as mentioned in my email and at the beginning, there's costs associated with this, and it's about finding how are we going to manage those costs. What does that look like? What is the partnership with families, or isn't the partnership with families on how we navigate that? The further we move away from what we assess families, the more we need to find the capacity to actually fund those components, which get taken away from other arenas. So it's all about balancing how are we going to manage that cost at the end of the day.
If I can, I thank you both and your entire team. I mean, it's really phenomenal to think about, as we think about the goal of one-to-one devices, how much work is involved behind the scenes on all of that, and so thank you. It seems to me like my biggest priority is making sure that the devices are accessible and available, just like, switching them out every day. And that's probably everybody's goals. And it looks like, to me, given the options that you've shown, is that any sort of fee assessment that's going to require an additional administrative part of the process is probably not the way we want to go. I am wondering if there might be a flat repair fee that you could come up with that would be based on the free and reduced lunch, or that would tier for that. I mean, if somebody's got an $8 repair, maybe charge them $15, and then that might get a little bit more. I don't know. I mean, what are you leaning towards?
That's actually how that would work with a 15. So they break a screen for $150. It's $15. If it's a $8 hinge, it's $15.
You said the screens were just a very small amount. It's mostly the
It's
mostly the
keyboard,
quick
yeah.
stuff.
Yep.
And then that would eliminate the surprise then too.
I think you make a really good point about eliminating the surprise factor. That I think that's what hits people like in the gut the most, is they feel blindsided. And so I think part of that is that I know that we put the information out there. It's not that it's not available to families, but sometimes our website can be cumbersome for parents and they don't always know where to look for the information. Or they might not even think that this could be them, right? They think that their kid is going to be responsible and they're not even worried about anything happening, and then something happens. And so I think that if we are very clear when we're rolling out devices in the beginning of the year, like this is what this will cost for repair for these types of repairs, I think that will eliminate some of that surprise factor, especially like what Tamara said is like if we know that it's gonna be $15 for the first one or 30, we have 2 repairs, it's 30. It's also a bit more manageable than being blindsided by $300.
So my input is we keep talking about $300, but we said that was 90 families and $25,000 of a $289,000 problem. So I think I heard you say that the majority of repairs are $8 to $13, but we're only collecting 30% of that. So the problem is we're not collecting the money on very low-cost repairs. Is that the correct assessment or no?
We're not collecting, in particular with the 289,000, the bulk of that is in devices that weren't returned.
They're not returned, okay.
So it's enrollments that, left the district or student lost a device, and so forth. That's where the bulk of this past year's cost was at. If we look at 2 years ago, pre-pandemic, the total cost of non-return and damages was just under 100,000. So, the pandemic has inflated our costs, almost $200,000 from where we were pre-pandemic.
So I just want to make sure that we're talking about solving the right problem. So the problem is devices not returned, and we're trying to figure out ways to spread that cost essentially through other means to recoup that. Okay.
Could I just ask clarifying, historically speaking, that has been our bulk of our expense has been not returned devices, correct?
I would say back in 15, 16, yes, not when we started to get our tighter processes in place. So like I said, was it 18, 19, right before the pandemic, we were down to a 1.2% device not returned from a management standpoint. So it's a pretty small, it's still $300 a device, but it's still a small quantity of devices as opposed to when we had 6% of our device fleet.
So I guess thinking back to, and to elaborate on Tanya's question is, pre-pandemic, when our systems were, well-established and pretty functional, I would say, pretty successful in that return management process, what was the bulk of the expense that we were seeing? What was the primary?
So I'll go back to 18, 19, we had, $99,000 total cost in that year. I would say the bulk of that cost was repair within that chunk. That wasn't what was not collected, that was just the total cost of everything within that year, with the majority of that being device repairs or damage beyond repairs and needed to be a replacement.
So to me,
I don't have the exact number split out, but.
Okay.
To me, my input on this issue would be that it seems like this is a one-time change with COVID. And so to me, I would personally think that we not make a change to our policy and continue to monitor and see if that number goes back to historical levels and help inform me if that would be a really bad assumption so that I can think of a different input. But it seems like a different strategy or mitigation factor is needed for the devices not returned versus kind of the repairing issue or fee issue. So that would be my input on it.
Jackie Mosquito-Jones, Director Mosquito, do you have anything?
One of those, yeah. So my understanding is before pre-pandemic, 100,000 was our total cost. That was our total cost, or that was the total cost of everything?
That was the total cost of everything, and then a portion of that
And then we
was
got some of
assessed
that back,
Some of
okay.
that came back.
And then this last year, we're talking about $230,000. If we allowed one event per device, what would that number look like, and what would have to, what would we have to lose from our tech levy?
I'm not sure if I'm
Well,
fully tracking the
I'm trying to wrap my
question.
head around $100,000, and the stress for someone to assess fees, and, how much it costs us, and is there somewhere, we can change to cover this for our families? I'm just
That's-
asking
yep.
questions, I'm not
That's,
saying one way
that's
or
a great
another.
question. So the other piece that I would, add in here as you think about this, so pre-pandemic, we tightened down to probably about 100,000 overall cost. That was also 44% less devices.
Right,
So.
so
you
somewhere
know,
between 100 and 230.
Somewhere between 100 and 200,000 would probably be where we would be as an overall kind of operating and management. Like I said, right now, we build a contingency of 125,000, hoping that if we recoup some of that, we can reallocate it to another technology project that, we didn't do. So an example of that, we've been working for years to try and get a generator over at Park Center because of our secondary data center. Due to priorities with DL4A, we've continued to put that on the back burner, whereas if we freed up some of that cost, we would have more budget allocation to go towards some of those projects.
That's the kind of thing I was
Yep.
looking at.
So right now.
So here's my question, what do you recommend?
I'm gonna actually lean on Lisa on that one, because she's the one that's managing the day in, day out minutia around that. From my perspective and conversations we've had, we can really make any one of the directions work. It's just what is the board's, willingness to cover the costs associated with different models and what revenues we bring in or not bring in. And what does that mean? From a tech levy standpoint, we don't really have the capacity at the moment to consume more than about $125,000. So if we balloon that up another $75,000, we're gonna have to figure out how we fit that in. And particularly as we made some significant shifts last year to mitigate the cuts going to the classroom, moving all the tech ESPs into the tech levy to mitigate the costs in there. So there are some significant shifts that we have made to mitigate challenges in other locations within our system that we'd have to find the funds somewhere to cover those additional costs if the board were to go towards a direction of no fees assessed. The other thing that, to take into consideration, 14, 15, 15, 16, before we got a protection plan in place, we definitely saw a significant increase in damages when there was no, even if a small consequential fee that might be associated with it, as opposed to when something was attached to what could occur. So it's-
Accountability factor.
There's the possibility that removing any fees could trickle up a higher increase in damage rate. Again, data would tell over time, we'd have to assess that and evaluate that.
True.
I'll let Lisa say what she thinks, but, overall, whatever direction you would like us to go, we can make it work.
Can I answer Heather's question?
Yes.
Okay, first I want to answer Heather's question. So you talked about parents being notified. So one of the things that we did during the pandemic, because, we hung out serving families at the mobile repair center, was we developed a new system to make the help desk tickets. And one of the steps in the help desk tickets is to automatically send the parent an email when a help desk ticket is made, and additionally capture those first few pictures that we take. So it should mitigate the surprises that are coming, hopefully. But yeah, that's the goal. For me, to answer Jackie's question, I would like to keep it at the repair costs. The reason being, I've watched a few parts go up in price due to the pandemic. And the last thing I want to be is coming back here in another year going, yeah, we can't do this anymore. Nope, not working. So I'd like to keep it at the cost of repair. That if you break a screen, you pay the screen price. If you break a keyboard, you pay the keyboard price.
Do they have to sign a technology agreement?
So,
Families?
you know, the signing of an agreement is kind of it's a process that many districts don't do anymore, because the reality is it's built into policy. We
Right.
don't have families sign an agreement about behavior or behavior consequences, or if vandalism occurs in a school, or, you know, proper use of dress attire. We inform families of that. But there's not a legal requirement to have any signatures in order to actually enforce anything that's built into policy.
Do the families get a list of what each thing currently costs?
We do have an active list of what everything currently costs. It's posted on the website. Pre-pandemic, it was very common that you know, would occur at school sites as they were informing families around device deployment and all the components that go around that. I can't definitively speak to how everything rolled out this year as we were getting back into the minutia, but it has been a part of past practice, and it is available to families to access and see.
I have one question. It's slightly off topic, but, you know, let's say I were a student, I'm sitting in the cafeteria and I'm done eating, so I'm working on homework or something, and somebody spills something on my drink, either intentionally, or on my laptop, intentionally or unintentionally. Who's responsible for those repairs?
So that occurs in a variety of situations every year. So, you know, we don't see the incident occur. This is where we have strong partnerships with our buildings. So we get the damage, we'll assess it, we'll say it costs this, we'll initially assess it to the student. However, with the building administration and leadership and the conversations they have there, more often than not, it's not necessarily accidental damage that another student did. It's more often intentional damage that a student did to another student's device. And so we really want the buildings to have conversations around the behavioral aspect around that, as opposed to all the financial pieces that go there. And then building administration will provide us feedback to say, hey, we really shouldn't be assessing the charge on this space. We really should be having conversations with this family over here to see if charges are warranted within that space with the student who, you know, caused the incident to occur.
All right, it is 9:10. I guess for me, I'm a little conflicted because while I very much, you know, respect and you, you know, you're the one that's really been looking at, you know, all the repairs. I also, my question, like, I just think about, like, when we base it off free and reduced lunch, from what I understood, and maybe this has changed, even those applications are low anyway, so I think it's hard to kind of even assess that right now. And, you know, our district, thanks to our residents, you know, did pass the tech levy, and so I also don't know how comfortable I feel, just like, really depending on more revenue, you know, generating revenue based on, you know, a mistake or, you know, like a drop or things like that. So I'm not really sure. I think I'd want to sit on this a little bit longer. And I don't know, Superintendent McIntyre, do you have I feel like you were going to say something.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts.
Okay.
It's tough. 90 out of 20,000 is 0.5%, and that's going to be our outlier number, right? It's going to be less than 90 this year. It'll be more than 12 or 13 because we have that many more devices. So I think the 12 or 13, that sounds like that was more when we were pre-pandemic with half the fleet, right? So maybe it's somewhere above the low teens, but definitely probably below 90. 12 or 13 per 20,000 is 1 out of 1,000. So it's a very low occurrence. And I needed to start with, I have to say it, our team does an amazing job. Your four-phase process, the volume of devices we move through and can recirculate and minimize the loss of in repairs is outstanding, and how quickly you made that happen for doubling the fleet in a very short period of time was really great. So the bulk of the fees are for smaller repairs. I think that's been said a couple times. I guess we're looking for direction from the board, you know, if the, basically, we got to go find $75,000 more to cover the costs if we don't do this model. And each of the other two options still needs you to find more money in your budget to offset those things. And if that's the direction we're given, we'll do that. It's just, it's shifting it from something else. So I think what Director Simon said is probably true. I think, and it's someone else, I can't remember who, this is a bit of an outlier year. And we won't go back to where it was because we have that many more devices in circulation. So it will be more, it'll be higher. And so you're estimating, right? You're guessing as best you can based on your past data.
Yep, and it's trying to understand our elementary model as it exists. So, while, you know, fourth and fifth, we had one-to-one, there was a wide variation of whether devices were going home or not based on what each elementary determined. You know, we standardized that moving into this year for K through 5 devices. They're actually, we're calling them charging stations, but it's kind of it's a hybrid cart-based model at all of the elementary sites. So the devices primarily stay at school unless there's an actual academic activity or instructional reason that the device needs to go home. So think about students need to go on quarantine, or we have inclement weather coming up, or, you know, when we get into band and orchestra at, you know, 4th and 5th grade, they have times they need to take it home to be able to record music. So there's very intentional reasons why the device is going home when it goes home, as opposed to it's just going home every day. We anticipate, again, we have to wait and see how the year plays out, but we still anticipate to have very minimal cost challenges, repair challenges at elementary. Even historically, when elementary devices have gone home, the bulk of our repair tends to show up at the middle school level. And high school a little less, elementary is our least.
So my recommendation to the board would be to continue with the current model while we continue to evaluate where we can improve it. Because we just don't, we know two things, quarantines and the bad weather, e-learning days, you know, are probably the realistic reasons why devices will go home as we enter winter months. But I understand if the will of the board is to go away from that, and we'll have to find other ways to find the offset those, the gap in the budget, so to speak. But I think it's going to be closer to normal than what we saw last year when students were home all day for many days. And we all know how our behavior is different at home than when we're at school in a structured setting. So that's my perspective on it.
Yeah, I would add, I guess my direction would be, given the amount of dollars that we have sitting in our reserve right now, it seems ridiculous to even contemplate asking you to solve this out. So I would say, can we do an adjustment that simply says, we know this is a unique one-time problem, we're gonna monitor it, and if it's over budget, that the board approves it being over budget? That seems the most reasonable action at this point. I guess I didn't realize we were talking about trying to force you to solve it out when it's clearly one time and we have dollars that can cover it elsewhere in our pool.
And John can maybe speak to this. I think one time, yes, it's having a good solid plan moving forward year after
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, it's the bigger question is if we make a shift, what that means in an ongoing basis. So I'll let John talk about a one-time adjustment if needed.
Thank you. It's a great idea. Actually, the district right now has a fund balance in that particular fund that could be held. The fund balance carries year to year, or also is meant ultimately for one-time expenses. So if you're asking for a recommendation, I would say hold and use that if need be, as long as that's within the board's direction. I think that would be a good short-term idea, and then again, we can monitor from there and look at opportunities should that need arise.
Perfect.
I just want to say that I support that idea. I like that idea. But I also think that, like, the common theme that I have heard throughout this, and I feel like that we're hearing in our community, is middle schoolers are tough. They're in a new phase of life. They're transitioning, and this year is like really, really hard because our middle schoolers, a lot of them didn't have the traditional middle school experience, or they're just entering middle school without having really gotten all the skills they needed prior to entering middle school, if we could really maybe put an emphasis on coaching our middle schoolers on appropriate technology use and just general behavior type things, I think that that would be a valuable thing to provide them with.
I would agree, and like I said earlier, that's very common practice when we've been in person, that occurs during the first week at our middle schools with their devices. I think we really need to take last year out of context because there's just a lot of unique circumstances surrounding what could have happened or why the situation was the way it was.
Okay, is everybody comfortable moving forward in that direction? Lisa and Anthony? Just assessing the situation as it goes, keeping it as is. I mean, to me, it's a little bit more than a money issue. It's about equity, right? And you spoke to it, but I mean, it's bigger. It's not, it's not a 0.5% or 1%. That's not what it's about. It's about how we're equitable in our district. It's been a conversation across the country, really, fees and access. And that's what this conversation is about. It's not about the money. We know that we have the money to do this. So I do support that with that equity mindset moving forward. Are you guys good at that direction? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, board members, I think we got 3 options right now. We can keep going and finish our final presentation, which we had slotted initially for about 30 to 35 minutes, and the calendar, so that would put us well past 10 o'clock. Or we can reschedule those 2 items. We already were going to do, our typical enrollment update is in December. We were just giving you an early beginning of the year update, and I've been giving you daily or weekly enrollment updates as well. So one option is to, if you want, move it to November and December, and the board calendar that I put in your packet's already changed tonight, so that's how quick changes. What I could do is update that board calendar, send it out to you by the end of the week with the revisions that I've already heard tonight, knowing that maybe by the November work session, we can spend time on that agenda talking about this calendar again. So again, option 1 is we stay the 2 remaining items. Option 2 is I get you the calendar separately, electronically, like we've been doing, and I reschedule the enrollment presentation, and I continue to give you the enrollment updates if you feel like we're kind of running out of gas here.
How's everybody feeling? I hate to, you guys have been waiting the whole time, so I feel awful.
Superintendent, when would you reschedule the enrollment?
It would either be in the November or December. We're already scheduled for December, so that's when we do our finalized enrollment numbers for budget and capacity planning. So
My concern with rescheduling is I know that this is going to talk about class sizes, and this has been a primary area of concern for many of our families now. So making it wait until the end of the year seems a little unreasonable. But I also want to be respectful of everyone's time.
I feel like that we do have a lot of questions about this, and I think that, we've been on a roll with a lot of questions tonight, and I really think it would, we should get everybody some mercy about not trying to lead into this really important topic at this hour. So I would support moving it on the calendar, moving it down the calendar.
Were you going to say something?
I was going to say we could offer the suggestion of, in the interest of time, Jim Greeley and BJ Armater and myself could put together a summary of this information and at least send it out so you have the detail behind just the slides that you're looking at. And then from there, perhaps just address them in a question session later, even if that's at the next one available in November, that could be a possibility too, where you're not necessarily taking the entire time. So.
Would that kind of include some of where our higher class sizes are and how we've mitigated some of that? Because I know we're still getting enrollments, and some of our schools aren't as used to it as, say, the school I work for, where I can still get kids all the way up through May. But, yeah, it would just be nice to know, like, some of the schools where they're looking at high class sizes and what we're doing about that.
I wonder, can I just forgive this? What if we, for sure, move the calendar off?
Yep.
Can we just
Push
could we
through?
push through just the presentation, then maybe we save our questions?
I mean, we've got the presentation, we've looked at it, I think everybody sees the data, so I wonder if you can give us an abbreviated, like, key
Yeah.
highlights or key issues. I mean, Thomas brings up a great point, this has been a topic, so I don't want to ignore it, so maybe hitting on the most important highlights and how that might address the concerns we've been hearing.
Yeah, I think,
Yes, that would
let's
be
do
great.
that. You may not have heard that, John. You go ahead and do the presentation, kind of streamline where you can. And then board members, you could follow up with questions if you wanted to do it that way instead of a longer Q&A session after the presentation. That's one option too.
Or even at our next work session, maybe,
I was even gonna suggest, like, if, I mean, we've all had the opportunity to read this, if we're okay with just asking questions?
Yeah, we could go that route too.
I think
The
you
other
should hear
thing
the
with any
presentation.
delay, sorry,
Okay.
the other thing with any delay is the more you delay, the more accurate our information becomes. Today, our information is not very accurate because it can't be. There's just with the timing, we took a snapshot in time, which was September 27th, which was before the 15-day drops kicked in. So it's very difficult for us to provide you highs and lows when we know those numbers today are not accurate from when we had to put this together. So,
The intent was this to be an update as a bridge to what we do in December when that's more finalized and you make honestly some decisions around budget and planning forward with capacity and things like that. So you could potentially just give, I think there's a lot of context to this that's lost that really needs to be explained. So that's probably worth doing. The team's ready. They're here, you're here. Sorry, BJ.
All right,
okay, so proceed,
yes.
but go speedy. That's my reading. Okay.
Focus on the most important things we need to know.
All right, so enrollment and capacity management strategies. Key understandings, I'm not going to read through stuff here. Just want to point out that it is important to know that this is a very rigorous process that we go through every year, and we are in this process the entire year. So a new year starts for us, and I'll just show you the timeline, but as we get there, I'm not going to read through it, but I just want to touch on a few of the quick steps. We have an enrollment management team. The DLTL department is constantly working with that staffing, built in context with building leadership and their needs. Also, the board has a committee of the Enrollment and Capacity Management Advisory Committee helping to report their observations on this information. And the closer we get to workshop week, the more these conversations intensify as we go closer and closer to how do we finalize, make those little tweaks, make those adjustments to try to hit enrollment and the class size targets. Just the quick view of the capacity management, it's based on students. So I'm not going to get into a lot of the detail, but we basically are making our way around that circle in a constant fashion, sometimes multiple years at once or in pieces of that. A quick timeline, just as you're looking, the two top items are things we're doing all day, every day throughout the school year. And then we started with October 15th because that's when we start the new enrollment process for the 22-23 school year, and then work our way across. Key points being, obviously there's some statutory deadlines built in there for things like open enrollment, and that 15-day drop are the other really big ones. The state uses October 1 as their magic number. All they use that for is to say, we're going to fund you based on what your enrollment is that day. And so then they pay us 90% upfront and then use the last 10% to reconcile once the school year's done. Enrollment management, I'm going to introduce Jim Greeley, the coordinator of enrollment, and he's going to walk you through a couple pieces here.
Thanks, John. Hi, everyone. Jim Greeley, coordinator of Enrollment Center. Thanks for letting me be here today. So as John alluded to, the outcome of my presentation was solely based around just the key components of enrollment management and how that connects to that building capacity, staffing, and class size calculations that BJ will talk more about in his presentation. So it's really broken into three areas: a general enrollment process. It looks like we're already on that slide. A lottery school choice process, and then the back-to-school season. So I'll try to speed up my presentation a little bit. Bear with me. There are many pieces to enrollment management, but for time's sake, we're just going to stick towards those that impact that general outcome that we're trying to achieve today. So Osseo Area Schools is a centralized enrollment center, as most of you already know, and process for the entire school district. The enrollment center plays a key component in ensuring that all students are properly and safely enrolled in the school district. We gather enrollment paperwork, required supporting documents like proof of residencies, photo IDs, immunizations, birth certificates, previous school records, those types of things, to name a few, that help us, properly enroll students. And our staff review those components. We have administrative assistants, nurses, counselors, special education building coordinators that review each enrollment and ensure that we have all the pieces put together so that when that student walks into school, they are ready for them. And also, we have a referral process for homeless and foster care liaisons, special education, and our EL team. So the centralized enrollment process is so important in a large school district like OSU because it provides a consistent, equitable process among all schools, especially as it relates to building capacity and how we are making decisions on space availability in our schools through that school choice process. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. Your clicker. Thank you. Yep. There we go. This slide, the purpose of this chart is to give you an idea of the workload and types of enrollments that were processed during the back-to-school season this year, which was August 1st through September 28th. This chart compares the current school year, last school year, which was a bit of an anomaly, and then the average of the 3 previous school years. This school year, we received unprecedented number of enrollment files. I will talk more about these numbers. This has a direct impact to buildings and class sizes, especially during the first few weeks of school. The numbers you see here are the number of files coming through our office. These numbers will correlate with the final enrollment numbers and trends that we see on that November 1st enrollment report. The light blue line there reflects the current school year. The dark blue reflects last school year, and then the orange is the average of the 3 previous school years. I'll just review the key highlights for you on this. If you look at the first column, the total enrollment, the first chart, this encompasses all types of enrollments, not just new enrollments. This encompasses our transfers, our reversal to homes, initial evaluations, shared time enrollments, change of address enrollments, encompasses every single enrollment file that comes through our office. As you can see, there's a 40% increase from the average that's listed in orange compared to this current year. We have 40% increase, and there was over 100% increase from last year in the number of enrollment files that we touched at the Enrollment Center. If you look at the next one, the new enrollments, these are brand new enrollments to the school district. During this time frame, back to school season, there was a 16% increase from that average number for this current school year, and over about a 64% increase of new enrollments from last year. The next chart reflects the change of addresses. We require new enrollment paperwork for all change of addresses. This significant increase is mainly due to the new online verification back to school forms process where families can now submit online address changes. So we saw a dramatic increase because of this new tool and platform. 60% increase from the average for this year, and then a 3 times increase from last year on the number of change of address files that are coming through our office. The last one is the transfers. These are in-district transfer movement between schools within the district. There was more than a 3-time increase from that average, and then also extremely high number of transfers this year, as you can see, compared to years past. This is mostly due to 279 Online, and that played a major role and factor. We saw families bouncing back and forth between 279 Online and brick and mortar schools. The high numbers seem to be related to the COVID situation, the Delta variant, the masking decisions, and family dynamics and comfort level of in-person learning. So we saw families bouncing back and forth a little bit. That's why I think we see the dramatic transfer increase for this current school year. That has slowed down since September 15th deadline for families to enroll into 279, current families to enroll into 2799, as we wait till the start of the Try-2 and Try-3 to allow those families to get into that school at this time. The last thing I will say about the chart is that we use this to monitor trends and assist us with trying to understand how this year is different from years past in regards to what we saw at the Enrollment Center. Next slide talks about, John might have alluded to this, or it's in the presentation, that there's an enrollment management team which consists of these positions in the district. And this purpose of this group is to manage school choice operations and make decisions on the in-district transfers, open enrollment, and magnet processes each year. In addition, we will determine which buildings are and are not accepting additional students based on enrollment, capacity, and staffing. And this is part of our rigorous process for managing enrollment and staffing that John alluded to at the beginning of the slide, or maybe you were going to allude to it, but didn't talk about it. And then lastly, our lottery process plays a huge, important role in this overall process in regards to building capacity, staffing, and those class sizes, right? As we bring in new families and new students into the school district at different times of the year. The lottery process is governed by an enrollment option state statute and also district policy 558 enrollment options. It encompasses in-district transfers and open enrollment. A lottery is run if there are more applications than spaces available, and the open enrollment management team will determine the criteria around space availability, which I'll just explain briefly in a little bit. The important timelines as it relates to the lottery are in-district transfer, open enrollment, and magnet applications open up on October 15th each year for the following school year. The deadline to apply is January 15th. If applications are received after the deadline, they are processed on a rolling basis based on space availability. In January and February, there will be a burst of enrollments for next year as we approve and process the lottery. This is ongoing through the spring and the summer based on space availability. The Magnet Northwest Suburban Integration School District schools' timelines are a bit different as their deadline is December 31st for priority of applications, and they actually run 2 lotteries, one in January, one in March. After the second lottery is run, they will send the enrollment center the waiting list, which then from there, the enrollment center takes over and continues to fill those schools based on space availability. So the next bullet point I just want to talk about is the enrollment management team. We meet regularly. We determine each year which schools are closed. You've probably heard of some hard closed schools in the district to open enrollment. Those are determined each January for the next school year, and that's based on the projected enrollment of those schools, the capacity concerns that they might have, enrollment trends like new development in certain school boundaries, 5-year projections, and those types of things. This current school year are hard closed schools, meaning that we don't approve any open enrollment or in-district transfer applications into those schools, is Maple Grove Senior High, Fernbrook, and Rice Lake. That's for this current school year. We also do have preliminary closed schools, which are like a soft closed school, and those are used temporarily throughout the school year. Factors used to determine these are like higher enrollment than anticipated, understaffed, to name a few. In early September, we soft closed, preliminarily closed Maple Grove Middle School and Osseo Senior High to open enrollment. The criteria used to determine space availability through the lottery process is that an enrollment team will meet, will review all the applications that we have for the lottery, will approve up to 95% of the target capacity of that school. Magnet schools will approve up to the full capacity numbers. Those magnet-only schools like Weaver and Birch Grove, because there's just a certain amount of allotted seats, we have a target capacity, we'll try and meet that. After the first lottery, we are approving on a rolling basis up to 95% of the target capacity of that school ongoing. And then the last slide I'm actually not going to talk about today because I just want to leave it at that and let BJ have a chance to get his information in. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, before I introduce BJ, just want to, again, kind of preface real quick to say that this information is meant to be a precursor to December. So it's important from the district's perspective that we always want to provide you with accurate data to be able to use to make decisions. And so doing that today with a lot of detail would be, frankly, a little on the irresponsible side, and we don't want to put you guys in an awkward position that says, here's information that we know isn't right. So bear with us a little bit in that. I know that there are probably some answers you're looking for that we're not going to be able to give you today, and that's the heart of the reason.
Hey, John, can I say, it's not that it's not right, it's just going to change.
Correct.
It keeps changing. So it's as
To be
good as
fair,
we got
yes,
right
that's
now,
right.
but it will keep changing, right?
So couple key things to remember here. You know, enrollment projections, a district is historically incredibly accurate in projecting our enrollment. As of today's enrollment this morning, we are at 20,145 kids, which is 154 short of the approved budgeted enrollment amount. To put that in perspective, that's 0.75 tenths of 1%. So less than 1%. If you're looking at the district's budget goal is to be inside 2%. So just to give you an idea of where we're falling there. As BJ starts to talk about the strategies with class sizes, there's some really important things to remember. First of all, you really have to separate elementary and secondary. They are two completely different animals. Elementary, the staffing model allows a lot more flexibility naturally because the licensure carries between grades. Once you move into secondary, there are, I can't even name the different number of variables that are there that come into play into that model. And to save a little time, I'll skip some of them. And then you also have the opportunity, depending on the site, to mix in additional funding sources, compensatory title, a few things like that, to help offset the size of a class or else reduce it or provide additional support where needed. So these are just complicating factors. And obviously, the 279 online is a unique opportunity for us. This is new, where the district has an incredible history of being very accurate. This is a new variable for us. I see it from our perspective as a very unique opportunity to provide for our families and to provide for families in the state of Minnesota outside of our immediate boundaries. So where we're still in the learning process with this, I think this is going to be a great opportunity going forward for us. Just so you have it for perspective, 279 online by itself ranks 158 out of 330 districts if you ranked it in size compared across the state. So we're about right in the middle by itself. At this point, I would like to introduce BJ Ermitter, the coordinator of K-12 operations, who will take you into a little more detail on the class size strategies.
Thank you, John. Good evening, everybody. BJ Ermitter, coordinator of Pre-K-12 operations. What you're looking at on the slide here is our current class size average for our elementary schools. And what you'll see in the leftmost column is our target class size. And our staffing and building capacities are calculated using these district class size targets. It helps us determining how many students a particular school can hold, and that impacts the work done by the enrollment center that you heard Jim speak to earlier. These targets also assist district administrators in allocating staffing resources to support licensed classroom instruction. And so at the time of staffing allocations in each February, class size targets are used along with our fiscal year long-range financial planning budget targets and the next school year's enrollment projections to distribute the district's resources to school buildings. Additionally, at each site, under the leadership of the school principal, there are oftentimes discretionary funding sources that may be used to impact local class sizes or to provide other types of instructional or support services. So again, this is a snapshot of average elementary class sizes. That's in in the center column. Those are the district averages at each of those grade levels. And we're comparing those with the metro area average class sizes as reported in the 2019 and 20 Metropolitan Educational Cooperative Service Unit, or Metro EXU, class size study. The school year 2019 and 20 is the last time that Osseo area schools participated in that class size study, and we will participate again this school year. Data collection begins in November, and we usually get that report sometime in February or March. This chart, as John alluded to earlier, is reflecting data that's extracted on September 27th. And so again, at this time of school, this time in the school year, there's a high level of movement in and out of our schools as families finalize their school enrollment decisions. And we would typically see these numbers stabilize sometime during the month of October. So this data does not include any enrollment movement since September 27th, nor is it reflecting any students who have been withdrawn as a result of the 15-day drop process. For your reference, average class sizes are calculated by counting each student in each classroom section individually and averaging and calculating those averages. So these are not averages of averages, these are actual counts of student IDs in each class, and we calculate an average that way. This is a snapshot at our average middle school class sizes in our instructional core areas. We tend to focus on the core content areas in the secondary level, just because elective and other courses can vary pretty widely. The class size target for middle schools is 33. And you see again our district averages for these content areas in the left column and the 2019-20 Metro XU average over on the right. Again, this is reflecting data pulled on September 27th. And the last slide I'll share with you is displaying our average class sizes for high schools. Again, the target class size for our high schools is 33. And you can see our district average on the left and the metro average on the right.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so at this time, what questions about the information we provided can we answer for you? And with that, I'd also like to thank all the cabinet members that are here for the input that they've helped with this process as well. As I said, it is a very collaborative process that happens constantly, and we can't do it without everybody you see here.
Okay. All right. I just have a couple questions. My question is really around the enrollment numbers. We've had a lot of questions of concern about class sizes at various grade levels, particularly in elementary school. When I look at these graphs, it would appear that we are well within average and we are mostly under our target class size. So could you share with me two things? One, where are the outliers? Because I would assume that there must be outliers for there to be an increased desire to have conversation around this. And then also, at what grade levels did we see the greatest level of increased enrollment?
Okay, I'll start with the first part, and Jim, can you talk to the second, the increased enrollment by grade level? Maybe. You have a general idea, okay. So, in general, are there outliers? Absolutely. Yeah, I would kind of use the example of when we bring information to you in other scenarios, like, hey, here's the budget. The day we give it to you, it's wrong, because things change, and just over time, that's going to happen. So, as we're going in and doing a staffing model to try to figure this out, at its heart, we're taking our best guess as to how many kids we think will actually end up in a seat on that first day. So with elementary, we have ranges that would be, there's in the, I'd say, upper teens to as high as into the low 30s are the ranges of those class sizes that can fall variance to grades. There's a number of reasons that those numbers go up and down. It can be, I guess I don't want to really speculate, and I don't know, BJ, if you want to get into a little more detail on what can cause some of those ranges.
I guess what I'm asking is where specifically are those outliers? Like what sites are they at? What schools are they happening at, and at what grade levels?
It's, as you're seeing it in general, it's every grade level has an outlier that doesn't happen. It's on both ends. It's on the low end and it's on the high end.
Mm-hmm.
So to call out one, I don't think necessarily would be fair, especially to that particular building. But along with that, and some of them might fall to online as well. That we consider in this process, online is just another building, even though it's a virtual building. In general, the buildings that we know have capacity issues, leaning towards the west side of town where we're seeing a little more growth, is where you're tending to find the higher class sizes. As you go a little farther east, they're a little bit lower. Again, this is a general statement, that is not always the case. There are times when there's an outlier on either side. So it's hard to speak specifically to it because, again, the numbers are changing.
So,
Do you want to talk about the grades a little bit?
I'll just state that, we're still looking at numbers. They're changing, like John said, so, we haven't looked at those final reports very close, but I do know that, if we compare it from last year where the enrollment has increased in regards to grade level, it would be kindergarten, just based on the fact that a lot of, kindergarten age families last year chose to either just stay home, maybe, do a different school option for pre-K or whatever it may be, in that they held them out of kindergarten and now they're back enrolling for kindergarten. So we've got an influx of kindergarten enrollments. I think we're still under what we projected for kindergarten, but that would be the grade level that I think we saw the highest increase compared to last year.
Okay.
Hope that helps.
Tanya, you're gonna say something?
yes, okay. So I think maybe a better way to address the issue that's out there is maybe Corey, or could you guys just talk about the process and timeline for when site-specific class adjustments are typically done. So to your, I've sat on ECMAC since I've been here on the board, and as Director Mosqueda Jones is on that too. There is a process, like you said. We're not precise until the kids show up in class. We have increments of a certain number of students per teacher, so there's always pluses and minuses. And then typically, the school will make the adjustments that are needed as they have a little more certainty about the enrollment process. So it feels like this is a every year type of pain at the start of the school year. So what I want to understand is, can you describe kind of the sort of normalcy of this process or the cyclical nature of this, and where we might be out of sync with that, and if we have mitigation plans that are currently underway to address that, or if that's better saved because we need more precise data, then I just simply say that we're not ready to communicate that yet.
And I might ask Steve Fliss to come up too, because we did make some changes early on
Yeah.
to start the year in elementary schools. And I'll say at the same time, it's been repeated a few times, the numbers continue to change, so all we would be doing is continually reacting. And we worked, I know Kelly just stepped up, but we've worked closely with the union as well, when we have to reassign staff to different, they've either changed grade assignments within a school, or we've moved teachers to different schools. And we really try to minimize that whenever we can, but we had to do that to start the year. As we saw some pretty obvious changes just coming from the summer, and it was really a late developing enrollment story this year, because many families waited for all school districts to on the list of things. So families committed very late to our, to their schools, and whether it was us, the 15-day drops, many families enroll in more than one school district, and then they decide to maybe not come to us and go somewhere else, and we don't know that till last week.
Last week,
Last
really.
week.
Yes.
Which we're still working through that 15-day drop. There are kids that enrolled with us but never showed up. They chose something else, right? And those are a lot of moving parts. I know I'm jumping around, but maybe you can speak to some of the adjustments we did to start the year.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's a starting point.
Also, just briefly to address a question about outliers, it's hard to answer that question because, again, the numbers changed immediately after so I could speak to that, but I would be immediately inaccurate. So those are things that we can get back to you on. One thing I would like to state, we do have a standard process for how we address outliers. Typically, I am pulling in enrollment reports throughout the summer. I work really closely with Jim and his team, as well as the assistant superintendents. We're meeting regularly, looking at where class sizes are. And we have some strategies. Superintendent McIntyre mentioned sometimes we can reassign staff. We also, this year, we had a budget contingency for additional FTE if we saw enrollment growth, but we didn't have spending authority on that until we hit our enrollment projection number of 20,299, which you heard earlier. We didn't hit that yet, so we don't have the spending authority for that. And so typically during the August timeframe, we're looking at where we have high class sizes and where we have outliers on the low end, and trying to figure out how to mitigate those. Again, this year we did reassign some staff, try to minimize that as much as possible and complete that process before workshop week to minimize the impact. And then we continue to monitor those class sizes throughout the 15-day drop process, and usually it's about this time of year we're looking to see things start to stabilize a little bit more. This is an anomaly year because we are in a situation where we kind of have declining enrollment, and so we can't access the budget strategy that we had in place, and we didn't have another one in place to mitigate different things. So we often have class sizes that are over target. Our class size targets are targets, so we often have some areas where we are over target. And as you look at the averages, you can see we have plenty of class sizes that are significantly under target as well. So, and I'll let Steve.
Yes, good evening. I think the only thing that I would add is, as you can imagine, as we start August, we're monitoring where the class sizes are as the enrollment information's coming. So I know I and Kelly are in constant contact with the principals. So we're having these conversations, and of course they get more intense as we get closer to the start of the year. So as BJ talked about it, we're monitoring the class sizes and then communicating with the principals, and then began that process where we did move some teachers to address some of the kind of the more difficult situations that we had. So, again, it's an inclusive process in the sense that we're working together, we're communicating with the principals, we're listening to some of the concerns and looking at what are the least disruptive strategies that we can employ before we start moving staff. So that's really the intent. And certainly HR, working closely with the MO, was absolutely critical this year.
Thank you.
Good, okay. I'm just gonna go now. I have a question more for Jim, I think. I have heard a couple different people ask about the enrollment, I guess I'll just ask it. Are kids sitting at home, scholars, waiting for our enrollment to catch up to then, or to get assigned to a school or go to a school?
No, but they can be sitting and waiting at home if the required documents and paperwork have not been received by the enrollment center. So oftentimes I hear that, like, my child's, been sitting at home for 4 weeks and we'll look into the situation. And typically it's because we don't have immunizations, we're still missing proof of residencies to verify that they live in our school district. Those requirements, that are required in order for us to complete the enrollment and send to the school so that they can connect with the family on the start date. Currently, we are processing enrollments in 24, 48 hours. So a family comes in, and we'll have it out the door in 24 to 48 hours and into the school's hands. That's assuming we have all the required documents and paperwork. From there, the schools notify the families on when, they're ready for that student to begin, which is typically a day or two, a little bit longer for 279 online, with some of the technical nuances to the online learning piece that
Can I ask one clarification?
go
So
ahead.
if a scholar is at one school and it's an in-district transfer, it's not like they go home, they stay at home, they can stay at their school that they're at until the transfer.
Great point.
Right?
So, yeah, they want to continue staying at their current school, and once that transfer is completed and the new school's got the enrollment, then that connection starts, and then we'll get that scholar into the next building.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Could I just ask a follow-up to that? I know that sometimes when we do grade level changes for students who are already within our district, sometimes they need a immunization form needs to be updated or whatever. Typically in the middle school age, we need new immunization records. But that doesn't typically preclude somebody from entering into that new school building at that grade level. So I guess what I'm wondering is why would not having immunization records prevent somebody from, if that's the only piece that's missing, from enrolling into their site?
We're no shots, no school at the time of enrollment. So those, those updated immunizations that need to happen as kids age, will be handled at the school level with the, health team there. But in order to complete the enrollment, we are no shot, no start school. There is a conscientious objection form and process that we use with families who object to those, and that we can ultimately, get that notarized and processed if that's the route the family wants to go.
And so a family could potentially do that right there on the spot.
Yep.
And be enrolled and then submit their immunization paperwork a few weeks later if they are vaccinating family. And do we also offer vaccinations on site?
We do. We have the Northwest Immunization Clinic on site. So as families are enrolling, we can connect them with our immunization nurse right there and get an appointment scheduled and get those done immediately. Typically within a day or two, we can get the scholar on the schedule.
I would assume this is true, but I'm just going to ask just for the sake of asking, but are families made aware of those options if they're eager to get their student enrolled immediately?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have that conversation with families regularly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I do want to stress something that was said earlier, because having worked in many school districts, we are very unique to have a kind of a one-stop shop location, to have not only what Jim just described, but services and supports, not only for health, but for other areas of service, whether it's homeless, counseling, mental health, special education, ELL, all at one place. Other districts do not do that. And when you have to enroll at your school, that's much harder to access those services. So I think it's one of the strengths of our system, or having a centralized location. And you saw the volumes that were coming this year. What it's harder for us to understand is who's left us. The only time we can know that is when they end up in another school. Jim, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, and we get those records requests. Otherwise, we don't know who's left. We know who's coming in. And so in time, we will know. But until we get a records request or a new enrollment from another district, another school, that's how we know who's going out versus those coming in. But you saw the numbers coming in were much higher than a typical year.
Yes, and the withdrawals are.
Go up to the mic.
And the withdrawals that you're referencing, Corey, are done at the school level.
Yeah.
So the enrollment center does not handle drops and withdrawals. Those are handled at the school level. So again, they get the records request from a new school district, and then they'll go through the withdrawal drop process. That's true.
Thank you so much. Jackie?
I don't have anything else.
Okay, Thomas?
Yeah, so before I forget, first I just want to say thank you, especially to the enrollment services team for all of your work, knowing how much enrollment is up this year. I know as it relates to transfers, and this was years back, but I know when it happened for at least actually for both of my kids in elementary, it happened in less than 24 hours. And it was before I even got notified that the transfer was complete. So they actually went to the wrong school that next morning. So, I hope that you're still able to keep up with that, just given the fact that enrollment has increased so much. And then second, for Superintendent McIntyre or whoever the idea was to put together this presentation, I understand why you brought this forward today. But the lack of information in here almost seems like a lack of transparency. And putting these averages in here seems misleading. I know that Director Douglas asked about some of the outliers that exist within the district from some of the emails that we've received or things out on social media, et cetera. And that isn't exactly captured within the averages, and maybe that has significantly changed since the beginning of the school year or even last month. So yeah, I know one of the, I think, prime examples, and it may have been Basswood, I could be completely wrong, but I know one of the 5th grade classes were at 35. At one point, it was reported that they had more students in class than desks. And so at what point can we get that additional information? I just want to be clear on that. Will we have additional information on what accurate class sizes are, and then what our strategies are to mitigate some of these concerns, and particularly related to overcapacity?
So I would say it's unfair to say it's not transparent. We wait till December to give you accurate information, and you all requested that we do this tonight. So I have issue with that. It might be
I stand
35
by what I
Can
said,
finish?
but go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to finish. So 35 today might be 33 tomorrow, or 31 on Monday, and back up to 35 by the next day. So there's risk in giving you heard our whole team say, the numbers are only as good as the snapshot in time we take them. We also honored the budget parameters that the board set. We did not overstep those and followed what you set for us in motion. So I'm just trying to represent the hard work of this team here because it's fluid. Yes, we have some hot spots we do every year. And the minute we, if you wanted to reduce 33 to 30 across our grade level, like 5th grade, that's $1.3 million you'd have to invest in that one grade level to do that. So those are the constraints we have, and the enrollment that is still very fluid here. If you want to authorize additional funds for us to address hotspots that may not be a hotspot next week, that's a problem. And that creates long-term budget planning trouble for us. So where we have been able to, we've shifted staff, we've reassigned staff, and they've been great at complying with that. It's hard for a teacher to change. It's also hard to find additional staff right now. We are short, we're down 100 subs. We went from 180 subs down to 80 from pre-pandemic. It's just been really challenging from a staffing department perspective, and also ESPs, and you've heard about bus drivers and everything else. So I hope that you can, our goal was to give you a sense of what the process is, because it's just not simple to say, well, add another teacher to Basswood Elementary and take that down from 33 to 31 or 29, especially at the secondary level. It's just not, licensure, all these things kind of come into play. So we'd rather give you, our goal is to give you a snapshot in time and really impress upon you that it's fluid and it's changing, and that's why we don't make decisions on budget or building capacity decisions till December, once we hit that November mark, where historically the numbers are pretty stable. We can trust them. You can trust them when you make decisions on financial implications. Could we have come to you and asked for that spending authority, even though we were short? Our goal was to hit 50% of the students lost, so we lost over 900 students. We're close. That was a lofty, ambitious goal to hit 50. Our neighboring district to the north set that at 25%. We were aggressive at setting it at 50. We fell short of it, and we honored the board's decision. We could have come forward, but we wrestled with, as a team, that upset some of our longer-term financial planning efforts. And the ability to put new staff into a school after the year has started is very challenging as well. So that was kind of the nature of our conversation there. And we've worked hard. If there's classrooms that are over our, and we can, yes, we can give you that information, but I say use caution, because it's only as good as the day we took it. And students are still moving in and out of our district through the rest of, into probably about mid-October, we start to feel like Jim, the enrollment center starts to slow down between now and mid-month, or maybe even up to MEA. But we're reluctant, because it's going to change. By the time we put it in a message to you, it may be different. And so that's the hard part for us, as we're monitoring this on a regular basis. And I've been in the principals' meetings there, working closely with our team on where the changes in those hotspots are. For example, I think, BJ, you said last Thursday was our 15-day drop date. We're still unpacking who is not really a student in our district but filled out enrollment paperwork, and where are they? And, that's something we're going to have sorted out soon, but it's not tonight. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. My goal for you tonight was to get a sense for those things. So when you get questions, it's not just as simple as reduce those class size numbers too. Now, if that's something we want to tackle long-term in a larger capacity area, when we go for operating, we can go above the cap and invest in class size reduction. That's something we'll have to talk about as a district to see if that's something we want to do. And we are going to participate again in the Metro EXU class size study. Our class size targets are, I think, team probably in the middle of the Metro. So we've usually tried to position ourselves about in the middle as far as those targets go. Some use ranges, some use targets. I need a little head nod them. I think that's about where we are, typically right in the middle. Is that right, BJ?
Our averages are right in the middle.
Yeah.
I think some of our targets are on the high side, but our average tends to be right about in line with what the Metro has.
BJ would know, he fills out the survey, it's extensive. So I just hope that helps. If the board doesn't approve or support the process we're using, we'll take that direction and change it. But I at least wanted you to first understand it and how we approach that, because it helps us survive the highs and lows of changes, right? And there are some pain points along the way, but it prevents us from swinging too far one direction or either way and causing staffing cuts, staffing cuts, those kinds of things that you've watched other districts go through. We've been able to avoid some of those tough things. And, again, I give credit to Kelly Wilson and his team for working with us as well. They've been a great partner. And, when we have hotspots, we try to figure that out and how we can address it. Same with our ESP group. They've been very helpful as we think about how do we support a school that might have a classroom or two, either in the high end, or if they're on the low end, we're going to them saying, we're going to have to reallocate some of your staff to somewhere else that has a higher need, and that's not easy as well. I know I'm kind of going on a little bit here, but our goal today was kind of that snapshot, so you have a little more context when we get into some of that true decision-making conversation in December. That's where we truly calculate those capacities and set the budget on our enrollment projections moving forward. And this year's been, Jim, you said it well, it's been an anomaly. Every district's kind of, kindergarten, we didn't know what was going to happen because that was really down, and that did rebound nicely, so we're happy about that. So maybe I gave you more information that you have questions about, but that's kind of some additional context.
Superintendent McIntyre, I would add, sitting on ECMAC committee, we get all of the data. There is no lack of transparency happening, especially in that committee, in the work and the rigor with the community members. And that committee was formed specifically to ensure that there would be transparency and our community members would be informed through that committee. So I also feel concerned about an accusation of a lack of transparency. And I do think our team does an excellent job putting out the fires as quickly as they can and being highly responsive when we have challenges site by site. I appreciate the hard work that goes into it.
I think it's especially difficult for teachers right now because enrollment is later than it has been in the past, so we're starting the year with not our real class target, or our real class size, and that's just been difficult all the way around, and I think we're hearing a lot of the pain that's from that and then the past 2 years. So, we'll get through it, right? We can do hard things.
And I still think if we see some hot spots as the picture clears, then we're going to address that, right? And we may need to come to you for support on that, but we can't do that till we trust we're closer, Jim, than we were a month ago, because we knew most of September was going to be a lot of ups and downs, and I think almost twice a week I've sent you enrollment charts, and they're all over. Like, we think we see a trend one way and it goes the other way, and it swings back and forth. And that's not unique to just us either in our district. It's been kind of happening around the metro right now.
Okay, we're at 10:05. Do you have anything else, Thomas, any other?
Mm-mm.
Okay, and Tamara?
I'm good, thank you.
Good?
Everybody.
Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. We very much appreciate all the hard work that goes into this. It's been quite the meeting, a lot of topics, and we are going to adjourn at 10:07 p.m. Have a great night, everyone.